Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 5 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the Naruto universe as the Uchiha's Genjutsu Demon. Let the tale begin. Chapter 131, A Variable. Seeing Yami smile like that looking into a wall, Kakashi asked what happened. Yami shook his head and said nothing, just remembered something funny. Is the seal done? Kakashi nodded and said yes, it is done. I am surprised that you didn't pass out from the pain and exhaustion. The next rounds of exams will start soon. The third tests? Yami inquired. No. This time the number of students who passed the second test is way more than we anticipated. There might be an elimination round in the middle now just to cut the numbers in half, Kakashi said while taking care of the injury on his hand. Yami also stood up and put on his kimono back and then along with Kakashi headed back to the tower. All the participants were supposed to gather there when the exam finishes. As they reached the tower, they saw that all the Konoha Genin groups were already gathered. Seeing Kakashi enter, Asuma, who had a cigarette in his mouth, puffed out some smoke and asked, "Where were you, Kakashi?" "I was just going to send someone to find you." He then saw Yami walk behind Yami as well and said, "Oh Yami, it has been a while, kid, since we met." Yami didn't say anything and just nodded. "He hasn't changed a bit, has he?" Asuma muttered as he saw that Yami was still a man of few words or sometimes no words. Kurenai giggled as she saw this scene unfold. "What did you expect, Asuma? You guys have only met once before this. He isn't going to be all chitty-chatty with you just because you gave him a technique." As Yami reached his group, Guy asked Yami, "Where were you?" "Your brother said you left before him, so he doesn't know your whereabouts." "I was hungry, so I went to the market to eat some dango and even met Mr. Kakashi on the way while coming here," Yami said. Niji and Lee were looking at him because they wanted to know where he was. According to Yami's plan, while escaping the Forest of Death, he didn't say if he would even be meeting them. Niji found that odd but decided to ignore it. "He didn't see me since the Forest of Death, so it's obvious that he wouldn't know my whereabouts. But the thing I don't understand is why the test ended so early. Wasn't it supposed to be one more day?" Yami thought. Yami then heard heavy footsteps come from behind him and stop a few meters away from their group. As he turned around, he saw a buff guy with a monkey cap on his head and a long black jacket on his body. The guy had 2 long slash injuries on his face. "Senior Ibiki, what brings you here?" Asuma immediately greeted the captain of the torture and interrogation unit. Even though Asuma was the son of the Hokage and the rest of them were Jonins, they still held immense respect for the higher-ups, including Ibiki. With the grim expression that he always had on his face, Ibiki said some unexpected things happened in the Forest of Death. Kakashi and Yami thought that he was speaking about the presence of Orochimaru, but the next sentence he said put them into thought as well. Many Genin groups were found dead in the forest and their scrolls weren't even collected. They all died pretty gruesome deaths and some were even half-eaten. It felt as if it was an animal's doing. We even found claw marks on some bodies, but I don't remember our lands having an animal of that size and ferocity. Is that why the second exam ended so early? Kurenai asked. Ibiki looked at her and nodded yes. Many groups got a free scroll, and seeing the horrible scene of the dismembered Genins, they didn't linger around to target other groups and ran toward the tower immediately. Couldn't it be some animal from the depths of the forest? Asuma asked. He knew that the village hadn't bothered exploring the entirety of the Forest of Death, so it was possible for some animal to come out of it. Ibiki shook his head and said the place where this happened is near the village's barrier and far away from the forest's depths. The barrier also looks damaged, so it is safe to say that whichever animal it was coming from outside the village left the village after eating a few Genins. Kakashi interjected quickly as he heard this. As an ex-Umbu operative, he knew how important the village barrier is and how strong it is. "Senior Ibiki, it is hard to believe that an animal can cause harm to our barriers. Even a Kage-level shinobi may have trouble doing it." Ibiki clenched his fists as he said, "That is what made me come here. An animal capable of tearing apart our barrier left the village after some time without raising a single alarm. This is the first time any of us have heard about it." Among the Genins who came to the scene first, none are from our village, so we can't even interrogate them. This animal is most likely a summoning beast of some sort. Anything else doesn't make any sense. What is happening? This is no small change. Was it really an animal or someone's summoning beast? Yami thought. Kurenai was about to ask something, but then an announcement rang from behind the group. Everyone please listen. Due to the number of participants passing the second test being so much more than we expected, a one-on-one fighting match was being organized in Tower Number 3. I request all the participants to go and assemble in the next tower while their Jonin instructors can gather in the spectator area, the Jonin announced. All the best to you and your squads. Ibiki said as he glanced at Asuma, the other Jonins, and their Genin squads. Asuma along with the other Jonins bowed a little to show their respect. Chapter 132, The Preliminary Round Part 1. After Ibiki left, Asuma looked back at the group of Konoha Genins and said, "Let's go, everyone." Yami and the others nodded and followed the 4 Jonins to Tower Number 3. Yami looked around and saw many Genins that he hadn't seen in the canon. Due to the incident that happened in the jungle because of the unknown animal, many weak Genin squads had passed the second test. As Yami entered the third tower, the similar fighting stage and the railing on the first floor came into view. It looked the same like in the canon. Hiruzen along with Orochimaru dressed as Kazekage were already seated at the podium. Irika, Shikaku and a few Umbus were standing alongside the 2 village heads. How did Orochimaru manage to hide his identity while sitting so close to Hiruzen? Yami thought as he looked at the disguised Kazekage. All the Jonin instructors climbed to the first floor and leaned at the railings to watch the coming elimination matches. The Genins lined up properly in front of Hiruzen and Orochimaru. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Irika started his announcement. Congratulations to all of you for passing the second test in the Forest of Death. Before we start the third round, an elimination round will be held. In this round, Genins will fight 1v1 battles. The matches will be decided on random. A Genin may also get his own teammate as an opponent. There are no rules this round. The only way to win match will be either a surrender by one of the participant, a knockout so that the opponent can't fight, or death. Irika increased the gravity in his voice a little while saying the last word. The expressions on many Genins changed instantly after hearing that they could even get killed here and no one will be held accountable. Many Genins had fear clearly on their faces while some had an evil smile. Even though everyone here was raised to become a shinobi, not everyone had what it took to kill someone. If anyone wants to back out of the exams, then this is the time. Even if you back out now, you will be eligible to give the exam after 6 months, but believe me when I say that even next time it won't be easy. Even though Irika didn't want to see any Genin lose his life, he knew that no matter how much a shinobi wants, he will have to kill a person one day or another. Some Genins, even though terrified of death, decided to continue fighting in this exam while a few decided to back out. They weren't confident enough that they could do whatever it takes to win the match. After the second test, it didn't matter if the whole Genin squad was in the exam or not, so even if one Genin left, the rest of his 2 teammates could still participate. Yami looked at a guy who was 2-3 rows ahead of him. This guy was none other than Orochimaru's disciple Kabuto. Yami thought that just like the canon, Kabuto will choose to back out of the exams, but to his surprise, Kabuto was going to continue participating in this round. Ugh, can I depend on my canon memories anymore or not? First, this unknown animal and now even this 4 Eyes wants to fight. Looks like Kabuto's teammates didn't make out alive from the Forest of Death, and as I killed Dosu and his team, Orochimaru has no one that he can use to test my strength or push me enough to use the curse mark. So he must have had Kabuto stay in the test. Yami thought as he looked around trying to find Kabuto's teammates. Yami remembered that they had worn round sunglasses and purple cloth from their nose down. Now that we have everyone who wants to fight ready, let's see who the participants of the first match are. Irika announced and looked at the display that was suspended from the ceiling. Match 1: Sakura Haruno vs Ino Yamanaka. As this match was announced, Sakura looked back at Ino, who was also looking at her with a smile. Sakura raised her fists as if telling Ino that she is itching to punch her. Yami was surprised a little because the first match was supposed to be of Sasuke, but now it had shifted to that of Sakura, but with the same opponent. Now that the first match has been decided, everyone except Sakura and Ino can go up and stand with your Jonin instructors and watch the match, Irika announced. After a few seconds, everyone except Sakura and Ino was standing at the railing watching the two girls stare at each other. Now I will get a chance to on that billboard-like forehead of yours. Ino chuckled. Be careful, Ino pig, or else the one with the swollen cheek will be you, Sakura said as she grit her teeth. Her large forehead was something Ino always taunted her about and knows she had gotten the chance to take her revenge. Sakura had trained a little under the guidance of Kakashi for the past few weeks and she was somewhat confident in dealing with Ino. Ino, on the other hand, had received a little fighting training from Asuma, but to impress Yami and become someone who could stand with him, Ino had taken extra training from her father. She knew Sakura had no jutsus which could be her clan's signature jutsus, so Ino was confident that she could mind transfer herself into Sakura and have her admit defeat. Gekko Hayate was going to be the referee for the first match. He stood in the middle of the stage and looked at both the girls. These girls surely are ferocious, he thought. Now that both the participants are ready, let the first match of the preliminary exam begin. Hayate shouted and jumped back. Chapter 133, The Preliminary Round Part 2. Just as Hayate announced the start of the match, Sakura rushed toward Ino. She knew that Ino depended heavily on her clan's jutsus. Sakura wasn't confident in dispelling the mind transfer jutsu, so she wanted to land a hit on Ino as fast as possible. Ino understood Sakura's plan to confront her head, so she formed a triangle with her both hands and cast the mind transfer jutsu. Mind transfer jutsu. Sakura guided chakra to the bottom of her feet and jumped aside just in time to dodge the gunputty. Ino made an annoyed face as the jutsu didn't catch Sakura, and Ino had used a considerable amount of chakra to cast it in the first place. Looks like you really want to take one on your forehead. Ino gnashed her teeth and decided to get in a physical fight with Sakura. Both of them came in front of each other, but Sakura reached a second earlier and sent a fist toward Ino's chest. Kakashi hadn't taught Sakura about infusing chakra in her punches, so this was only a simple punch and it was slow as well. Ino dodged the punch and sent a kick of her own towards Sakura's stomach. Sakura didn't expect Ino to take the initiative to attack her, so she could only block the kick by making a cross with her hands. Sakura was pushed only 2 steps by the punch. She didn't use chakra to keep her hold on the ground as she wasn't used to expending chakra continuously. Ino smirked as she saw Sakura go back. After our loss against Yami, we all train hard in hand-to-hand combat. Even though Asuma-sensei isn't too good in taijutsu without his chakra knuckles, he did teach us enough for the Chunin exams, Ino thought. Sakura performed some hand signs and quickly created 2 shadow clones of herself. One of the clones rushed at Sakura while the other 2 interchanged their positions to confuse Ino. The clone in the front crouched and swept her leg toward Ino to throw her off balance. Ino quickly jumped, thinking she had avoided Sakura's attack again, but then she saw another Sakura coming in front of her with a kick directed at her chest. Ino couldn't dodge the kick midair, so she had to take the full brunt of Sakura's kick. Luckily, the Sakura that kicked Ino was also a clone, so the damage wasn't too much. Ino fell back to the ground. Arg! I didn't expect Sakura to have such a combo ready to throw me off guard, Ino muttered. She wanted to get up and attack Sakura, but then she looked at the side where the third Sakura, who was the real one, had 3 kunais in her hand. Sakura smiled as her eyes met Ino, and she threw the kunais at her. Ino quickly rolled to the side and successfully dodged 2 kunais. The third one gazed at her arm, causing a trickle of blood to come out. Ino was wearing a sleeveless top, so the cut was quickly seen by Sakura. She instantly knew that she had managed to injure Ino first. The 2 girls kept on exchanging moves for a few more minutes. The spectators that were watching knew that the fight took so long not because they were equally strong, but because they were equally weak. Both girls were stronger than their canon selves due to different motivations, but they weren't up to mark to become Chunin. After a while, both girls were panting heavily. They had bruises all over their bodies and even some injuries which had blood dripping from them. Looks like even this time there will be a tie between these 2. Yami thought as he was watching from above. But he spoke too soon, as the next second Sakura sent a burst of chakra at the bottom of her legs and tackled Ino directly. She planned to use her entire body to hit Ino. This was something that neither Ino nor Yami expected Sakura to do. It was a risky move, but this time it bore fruit, as Ino fell hard on the ground and Sakura fell on her. Sakura rolled to the side and with much difficulty stood up. Her legs were still tumbling, and even she had taken some damage from this move. Ino wanted to get up, but she couldn't. After trying for a few seconds, Ino fainted. Seeing that one of the participants isn't able to battle anymore, Hayate stepped onto the stage and announced the result. The winner of the first preliminary round is Sakura Haruno. Just as he announced it, Naruto started shouting and cheering for Sakura. Sakura was a little embarrassed by all this, but she stole a few glances at Sasuke to see whether he was impressed or not. To her disappointment, Sasuke had no change in expression and was just looking at her. But still, the fact that her Prince Charming was looking at her made her happy. 2 medical shinobis came and put Ino on a stretcher. Asuma came down and approached the 2 shinobis and asked, "I am her Jonin instructor. Is she gonna be alright? Is there anything to worry about?" One of the medical shinobi, who was in his 30s, shook his head and said there is nothing to worry about. She doesn't have any internal damage or broken bone. Her injuries are also superficial and will heal within her day. She is simply too exhausted, which is why she fainted. Asuma thanked the 2 medical shinobis for the good news. Even though Ino lost today, Asuma was proud of her. He had never seen her fight so seriously before. "Don't worry, Ino. If you keep practicing like this, then you will definitely become a Chunin 6 months later," Asuma thought as he looked at the fainted Ino. Seeing that the first match was done, Irika stepped forward and said, "Now let's see who will be the participants in the second match." All eyes turned toward the display again. Match 2, Neji Hyuga vs. Gaara of the Sand. Chapter 134, Neji vs. Gaara Part 1. Hearing this matchup, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. They all knew that Neji was one of the top Genins and was surely at the strength level of a Chunin. Yami liked to stay under the radar, and he didn't show his strength where it isn't needed. The only ones who knew of his strength were his, Asuma's, Kurenai's, and his brother's squad. That is why Lee and Neji were pretty well known, as Neji was regarded as a genius of the Hyugas, and Lee along with Guy are used to running around the village to push their limits. Even Hiruzen and the disguised Orochimaru had their interests piqued. Orochimaru already had his eye on the one-tailed Jinchuriki, but now he wanted to see how strong he really was. While everyone was excited, the one who was the most confused and lost was Yami. He didn't understand how and why this happened. He knew for sure that Neji won't be a match for Gaara, but instead of Lee, why did Neji get this matchup? This seems to be the butterfly effect of Neji coming on the right path before Naruto had a chance to knock some sense into him. Damn, those fanfics I read in my previous life never change no matter what the MC does. I wish I had such luck. Yami thought as he saw Gaara walk down toward the main stage. Neji was coming toward Yami as the stairs were behind him. Yami felt a headache coming. He wanted to tell his teammate to not push himself, as the gap between Gaara and him is miles apart, but saying this could be taken as an insult. In the end, Yami looked at the approaching Neji and said, "Neji." Neji, who was walking toward the stairs, stopped and looked toward the side and asked, "What is it, Yami?" "One must know when to fight and when to retreat," Yami said, and turned back to look at the stage. Neji felt a little confused by what he just heard, but he understood what Yami was trying to tell. Yami had once told him that even he wasn't sure if he would be able to defeat Gaara. Neji didn't know why Yami said that, as he had never seen Gaara fight before. The Neji from before had let this go to his head and become more stubborn on defeating Gaara, and could even end up crippled or dead, but the Neji now decided to take Yami's warning seriously. "Things aren't as simple as they seem, or else Yami wouldn't have given me this warning," Neji thought as he was walking down and looked at Gaara, who was already standing on the stage with his hands crossed. Neji came and stood on the opposite side of the stage. Hayate looked at both the participants and then at the audience and said, "Now that both the participants are ready, let the second match begin," he said, and flickered out. This time he didn't jump back like he did last time. Hey 8 could feel the tension in the air and that both the participants are way stronger than the ones that were in the serious match. Gaara and Neji both stood still and didn't initiate the attack. Neji, being a Hyuga Taijutsu user, had to no other way except fight hand to hand. He knew that Gaara had the ability to control sand. Neji could only wish that the gentle fist should be able to counter the sand. If you don't want to come, then I will, Neji said, looking at Gaara, who was standing in front of him. Gaara showed no signs of attacking. Except for Yami, Gaara's team, and Orochimaru, no one knew that Gaara was the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast. As Neji rushed and reached within 2 meters of Gaara, he started to feel some fluctuations. He quickly stretched his arm in the front, showing his chakra-covered palm. He was trying to guess what those fluctuations were about, and just as he thought, his palm was blocked by a thin layer of sand that appeared from the gourd Gaara carried on his back. The layer of sand was too thin and it only bounced Neji's hand back. It didn't cause any damage to Neji. Neji backed up a few feet and he could feel the fluctuation vanish. There seems to be a range up to which his sand can react. He hasn't even used any hand signs or any type of command to block my hand. The sand is acting on its own, Neji thought. Neji didn't specialize in speed but in precision and attacks on vital points. He activated his Byakugan and looked at Gaara's chakra points. He was shocked to see that Gaara had a pretty large chakra pool. Although not as large as Naruto, but still larger than him and Yami. Neji quickly dashed further. Just as he thought that the sand will now act, Neji started spinning. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. This was a technique that can be used as a defensive as well as an offensive move. Just as Neji thought, the technique worked in his favor. The sand was effectively blocked and most of it was even thrown back at Gaara. Due to the bouncy effect of Gaara's shield, Gaara had to block the sand coming at his face. Just as the sand particles touched Gaara's body, they would again come under his control. He can momentarily break my connection to the sand that touches him, Gaara thought. He never had any problem defeating his enemies with absolute control over sand. This is the first time someone came into his range and was unscathed. Neji expected some provoking words from Gaara, but he was quiet. He is still confident in his shield. And he has the right to believe so, as all I have done until now is throw some sand at him. I need to put more of my strength into this and still have enough chakra to come out of his range, or else Yami's warning may turn into reality. Chapter 135, Neji vs. Gaara Part 2. While all this fight was happening, Kakashi quietly strode near Yami and asked, "Do you think Neji can win this?" Sasuke and Lee turned toward Yami to see what he would say. Even they could see Neji was struggling with Gaara's passive shield. Yami shook his head and said, "Neji doesn't stand a chance." All three who listened to this raised their eyebrows as they heard. They didn't expect Yami to predict his own teammates' loss directly. Kakashi just hummed at that and said, "You seem too sure of that, Yami." Yami looked at his brother and then at Lee and turned his head back to watch the fight. Kakashi guessed that whatever the answer to that was, Yami didn't want Lee and Sasuke to hear it. Kakashi also decided not to push the topic any further and looked at the fight. Down on the stage, Neji had made several failed attempts to even touch Gaara, but he wasn't successful. This matchup was flawed from the start. Just as Neji was panting, he saw Gaara look at him and point a hand toward him. Neji's eyes widened as a wave of sand rushed out from the gourd toward Neji. He quickly jumped to the side and saw that the place where he stood was full of cracks after taking the brunt of the sand wave. Gaara then waved his hand toward Neji and the sand turned into a curtain, trying to envelop Neji into it. The curtain managed to fold and cover Neji. Everyone thought that Neji was now caught, but then they saw a palm covered in chakra came out of the curtain, and the next second Neji jumped out from it. Temari, who was watching from the side, frowned a little as she saw this. How did he do that? She also looked at Kankuro, who just shrugged. Just as she was about to ask more questions, their Jonin instructor Baki's voice came from behind. The Hyuga gentle fist seems to have the power to break Gaara's connection with the stand temporarily. The same thing happened when the Hyuga kid rotated. The sand was flicked back at Gaara. Temari nodded and suddenly a proud expression appeared on her face as she said, "Doesn't matter whatever trick Neji tries, he won't be able to even touch Gaara." Baki and Kankuro also agreed with Temari's statement. Gaara had completed numerous missions all these years, but he hadn't even gotten a scratch, so now a Genin defeating him was out of the question. As Neji came out of the curtain, he pulled out 4 shurikens from his pocket and threw them toward Gaara. He aimed them at Gaara's vital points so as to make him move from his initial place. Neji wanted to know if Gaara's sand control ability had any weaknesses or not. What he didn't expect was that Gaara didn't move at all. The shurikens pierced Gaara's vital points, but the very next second they simply fell down on the ground and not a scratch was seen on Gaara's body. Everyone who was watching this widened their eyes as they saw this. They didn't even see a drop of blood or his injuries healing at a faster pace. Everyone including Neji looked down at the fallen shurikens and they saw that there wasn't any blood on them. How is this possible? Neji wondered. He then focused on Gaara's skin. Not just Neji, everyone wanted to find the answer to this mystery, and surely after 2 seconds, they found the answer. Some sand lifted and vanished as it touched Gaara's skin. Did the sand get absorbed or something? Naruto thought. He looked to the side and asked Kakashi-sensei what just happened. Where did the sand go? Before Kakashi could reply, Kurenai gave an answer that startled everyone. He has a fake skin made of sand spread over his body as the last line of defense. But how is that possible? The amount of chakra needed to keep a defense like that up would be phenomenal. Sakura said. This question wasn't raised only in Sakura's mind but also in the minds of the others. He would need a chakra pool as big as Naruto or Karen. Lee said in a daze. Guy looked at Lee and asked, "Who is Karen?" The eyes of Team 7 and Lee widened instantly. Lee said that name without thinking, but he forgot that they had smuggled Karen out without telling anyone. Even Naruto didn't have the time to take permission from Hiruzen. Unknowing that Yami had already talked about this and received permission as well. Team Asuma and Team Kurenai were confused by the sudden behavior of their classmates. If they had the question as to who was Karen. Just as Lee was about to give an answer, Neji's voice was heard throughout the hall. "I surrender." Everyone looked down and saw Neji, who had numerous bruises on his body, panting heavily and standing while his legs were shivering. Everyone including Hiruzen and Orochimaru had seen that Neji tried everything he could but couldn't touch Gaara and couldn't even stop the sand from attacking. Neji had lost the battle, but no one was disappointed in him as they all saw what he did there, and no Jonin instructor could say that Neji wasn't Chunin material. Even Baki was shocked that a Genin managed to stay standing in front of Gaara for this long. Seeing that the fight was over because of Neji's surrender, Heiei started to slowly walk toward the center of the stage to announce the result. The winner of this match is... No, so soon, I am not done with him yet. Gaara said, but this time instead of his usual calm expression, his eyes were wide and he had a big evil smile on his face. Why did this expression appear when things are so calm? Yami thought. Today he was getting one shock over the other. He had started wondering whether his knowledge of the future could be appended on or not anymore. A big hand made of sand rushed at the helpless Neji, and at the same time purple lightning appeared on the railings of the first floor. Chapter 136, Yami's Killing Intent. As everyone thought that the sand structure will take the injured Neji in its grip, a flash of purple lightning appeared at the spectator's place. Kakashi, Guy, and even Heiei were about to jump in, but seeing the lightning he stopped. The Genins couldn't see anything due to the bright light. In the next second the light subsided, and everyone saw something that they had never expected. The hand made of sand was cleanly cut and had lost its control and shape and fallen on the ground. The stage was cut in half and even the wall attached to it had a deep cut. For a second, everyone felt as if a heavy weight had been placed on their heart. Many Genins including Hinata, Sakura, Kiba, Shino, and Choji were on their knees. The Genins who were still standing were full of sweat. Kakashi looked to the side and saw Yami with his Sharingan active and a glowing purple sword in his hand. Did he just make me sweat? Heiei thought as he looked at the 9-year-old standing on the first floor by the railings. Purple lightning was crackling around his body. Yami's kimono was loose-sleeved and covered his hand, and that's why no one noticed that he had activated Devouring Law as well, and his hand from the wrist was black in color. Is Yami this powerful? Sasuke thought, looking at his brother. Sasuke thought that he was closing the gap between himself and his brother little by little. In the past few months, he realized that he was feeling jealous of his own little brother, so as a solution he decided that he will also train hard and become strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with his brother. Sasuke knew that Yami didn't have ambitions or goals like him. Sasuke's life goal was to kill his elder brother Itachi Uchiha and avenge his clan, and for that, he didn't want to borrow his little brother's strength. While Sasuke was in a daze seeing his younger brother's power, Guy didn't waste any time and jumped down to hold Neji, who was about to fall because of exhaustion. Kankuro wanted to jump in as well, but Baki stopped him. Gaara attacked even after the kid surrendered. And Yami's attack didn't harm Gaara but only stopped the sand. The kid is from the Hyugas. We can't afford to mess up more. Kankuro reluctantly nodded and stood quietly. Gaara, who was angry by Yami's intrusion, looked up. He couldn't see Yami's face completely, but he could see his shadow and those red eyes. Yami's face was illuminated partially by the purple lightning crackling around. Hey wanted to announce Gaara's disqualification, but Hiruzen stood up and said Neji and surrendered, and still, Gaara chose to attack. Although this calls for disqualification, as there was no damage done in the end, this fight will be ended here with Gaara's victory. But if something like this happens again, the entire Team Gaara will be disqualified. Hiruzen was someone who wanted peace, and disqualifying the Kazekage's son in front of the Kazekage was no way to bargain peace, so Hiruzen decided to let this matter go. Orochimaru looked at Hiruzen and nodded as if conveying his gratitude. Baki, as the Jonin instructor of Team Gaara, came forward and bowed. He looked at Gaara to make sure that the One-Tails had not taken over. Seeing that Gaara was still in control, Gaara's siblings and Baki sighed in relief. Hokage-sama, I apologize on behalf of my student and thank you for your magnanimity, Baki said, and took Gaara with him. Gaara glanced at Yami, who had put his sword back into his scabbard, but his Sharingan was still focused on Gaara. Yami didn't want to start a brawl with Gaara, but he knew that Gaara would not hesitate to kill anyone. I will have to tell Guy-sensei to send Neji back to his clan compound. In the canon, Gaara came to Lee's hospital room. Who knows whether Neji will be lucky enough that someone enters the room before Gaara does something to him. Yami deactivated his Sharingan and turned toward the stairs as he was Guy coming up. Guy had a smile on his face as he said Neji is fine and he will be back here in a couple of minutes. It is good that you had his back, Yami. That's what teammates are for. On the other end of the spectator railings, all those who were on their knees were being tended to by their Jonin instructors. Hinata, after sipping some water, looked at Kurenai and asked, Kurenai-sensei, will big brother Neji be alright? Kurenai smiled slightly and said, don't worry, Hinata. His sensei just said that Neji is fine and none of his injuries are serious. He will come here in a few minutes. A smile bloomed on the Hyuga princess's face as she heard this and said that is good. After saying that, she went back to her shy self. Kiba, on the other hand, was trying to wake up Akamaru, who had fainted under Yami's pressure. He looked at Kurenai and asked, Sensei, what happened just now? I felt that my chest became heavy and my body felt limp. Kurenai looked at Asuma, who shook his head as if telling her not to answer the question. As Jonins, they both knew that this was a pressure that can only be released by those who are truly strong and have killed numerous people without remorse. Even in the Hidden Leaf, the ones that can still have such killing intent on others could be counted on fingers. It was due to the clash of two powerful jutsus. Nothing to worry about, you will get used to it eventually. Kurenai comforted Kiba, who was satisfied by the answer and focused on Akamaru. Kurenai stood up after tending to her students, and by this time Asuma had also made sure that Choji was okay. Kurenai walked a bit away from Asuma and said, how did someone so young have such killing intent? Asuma shrugged and said, how would I know? It was you who taught in Genjutsu. I was about to ask you the same thing. Looks like Dad's plan had some side effects. Chapter 137, Hinata vs. Kabuto. Kurenai frowned as she heard this and said, what plan? The one to make Team Dai the pillars of our village? Asuma was a little shocked by this revelation. How did you know about this? Did Kakashi tell you? Kurenai waved her hand and smirked as she said, do you take me for a fool, Asuma? The types of missions Team Dai was getting had made it obvious that it was a search and destroy team. Asuma looked around to confirm that no one had heard her say that. You are right about that. Very few people know that, and Dad wants this to stay as it is as long as those three don't become Jonin. Kurenai nodded and questioned, but what I don't understand is why does Hokage-sama want such a team during these peaceful times? I do agree that there are still skirmishes among the 5 great villages, but it hasn't reached to the point of going to war. Asuma shook his head and said, I do not know why, but if Dad is so keen on doing it, then he must have a reason. Let's talk about this later. This isn't the right place nor time to discuss this. Back at the stage, Hiruzen sat back on his chair and gestured Irika to go ahead with the rest of the matches. By this time a couple Chunins had come to the stage and fixed it. Although the deep cut on the wall wasn't fixed, the stage was as good as before. Irika cleared his throat to get everyone's attention back to him and announced, now we will continue with the next match. This time the match was between Naruto and Kiba. The match went the same as the canon, where Kiba lost because Naruto farted near his nose. The fight was so anticlimactic that everyone was yearning for the fights that happened before. After Naruto's match, it was Hinata versus Kabuto. This matchup greatly disappointed Orochimaru. He wanted to match Kabuto with Yami and see how Yami's body reacts when pushed to the extreme. He wanted to know whether the curse seal can work properly on Yami's body. After all, Orochimaru planned to take over Yami's body eventually. TSK, now I can't see Kabuto push that brat. Let's hope that brat gets a strong opponent. Gaara of the Sand would have been a perfect opponent, but even that chance is gone now. Anyways, after the sword slash that Yami showed some time ago, I am afraid that even Kabuto isn't strong enough to push him. Orochimaru thought. As the match between Hinata and Kabuto started, none of them initiated the attack. Kabuto wanted to lose this match as soon as possible. He didn't have any wish to showcase his strength, but unfortunately, he was matched up with the biggest softie. If you won't attack, then I will. Kabuto thought and rushed over to Hinata with a kunai in hand. He knew that if this girl is truly very weak in fighting and he who has been giving Chunin exams for a few times lost, everyone would get suspicious. I will have to defeat her then, but I can't kill her or I will have the Hyuga clan investigating or even hunting me. I don't intend to draw that much attention to myself. Kabuto made up his mind and slashed his kunai toward Hinata's chest. Hinata activated her Byakugan and with gentle fists, she deflected Kabuto's strikes. After exchanging a few more moves, Kabuto saw that Hinata had started picking up momentum. He thought about toying with her for a few minutes before ending the match, but he felt Orochimaru's gaze on him. Orochimaru seems to be getting impatient. Kabuto thought and suddenly increased his speed. This caught Hinata off guard. She tried to match up with his speed but took a knee to her gut. The attack made her fall back a few steps and she coughed out some blood. Surrender, little girl, you can't defeat me, Kabuto said as he pushed his glasses up. Hinata wanted to deny him, but Naruto beat her to the punch. Come on, Hinata, you can do it, he shouted. Hinata looked up at Naruto and a slight blush formed on her cheeks. She then looked back at Kabuto, but now there was a firm will in her eyes. She coated both her palms with chakra and rushed at Kabuto. A single sentence from the kid had such an effect. Kabuto thought with surprise. He easily dodged all attacks that Hinata dished at him and countered with a few kicks of her own. She managed to block a few of them where her hands were bruised by the constant assault of Kabuto's kicks. I will have to go all in if I want to live up to everyone's expectations, Hinata thought as the face of Naruto, her father, and Kurenai came to her mind. She leaped toward Kabuto, but Kabuto had already anticipated this, so he stepped aside, and just as Hinata came close to him, he gave a chop on her shoulder near the neck, making her faint. Hinata quickly fell down unconscious. Kurenai didn't rush to her aid as she knew that Hinata wasn't seriously injured and Kabuto had gone easy on her. Seeing the chop make Hinata faint, Naruto remembered when Yami put him down with the same move. He subconsciously rubbed his own shoulder, remembering the incident. As the match was over, Heiei came forward and looked at Hinata. Seeing that she showed no signs of getting up and was unconscious, he declared Kabuto the winner. There was no one who was cheering for him, and Kabuto also wanted to get away from the attention quietly. At this time Yami had a question in mind: how did he qualify for this if two of his members aren't here? They must have someone from the Hidden Leaf Jonins under Genjutsu. In the canon, they must have used the same person to set up the match between Sasuke and Yoroi of the Hidden Grass. Chapter 138, Guy's Successor. To match up Kabuto with me? Man, things are changing so weirdly that I am starting to have a hard time. Yami thought. After Yami's match was over, a few more matches happened. None of them were interesting. Even Sasuke was matched up with some weakling who surrendered under a minute. Luckily there were no deaths or too serious injuries while those matches happened. Irika stood at the podium and announced, "Now let's see who are the participants of the next match." Everyone looked at the hanging display, and the next second the names were displayed: Yami Uchiha vs Rock Lee. Everyone standing at the railings looked at Lee and Yami as they were standing side by side. By this time Neji and Ino had also returned and stood with the others. Guy quickly beamed and said, "Wow, a fight between my two youthful students. I will cheer for both of you. I hope you both win," Guy said as he tried to hug Yami and Lee together. "Guy, how can both win? It can be a draw at most," Kakashi said as he sighed. Kurenai couldn't help but giggle seeing the antics. She knew that it was always like that. Guy would behave as he wants and Kakashi was left to handle the mess. As a friend, Kakashi had to do his duty of correcting his friend. Lee, whose excitement was clearly visible on his face, looked at Yami and said, "Yami, I always wanted to fight you with full power, and now I have gotten the opportunity. I won't hold back one bit, and I expect the same from you." Orochimaru, sitting beside Hiruzen, also had a smile on his face. He wanted Yami to be matched up against someone strong, and according to the information Kabuto had provided him, Lee was one of the strong ones. A kid who had no talent for conjuring chakra and still worked hard to become a shinobi. He was also someone who could be considered someone who was on his way to becoming a taijutsu specialist. Yami and Lee started walking down toward the stage. Yami felt a headache coming. He had a hunch that Lee will truly use his true power, and that means that Yami may not be able to hold back as well. As they were going to the stage, a discussion erupted at the spectators' railings. "Who do you think will win?" Naruto asked Sasuke. Sasuke crossed his hands and said, "Of course, my brother Yami will win. He has always been the strongest." Sasuke's pride over his little brother trumped his pride as an Uchiha. Ino also jumped in the middle of the conversation and said, "No one can defeat Yami, and even Lee knows that. Even in the academy, Lee wasn't able to defeat Yami. Isn't that right, sensei?" Ino asked, looking at Asuma. She guessed as the son of the Hokage, Asuma might know things like these. Asuma gave an embarrassing smile and said, "I don't know Ino. Dad never let me open Yami's file, nor did he let me open Lee's and Niji's files. You will have to ask Guy or Niji about this." Hinata, who was listening to all this, quietly looked at Niji, whose eyes were focused on his teammates who were about to fight. "Big B brother Niji, can you tell us about it?" Over the past few days, Niji had started taking the initiative to come and train with Hinata. Even her father Hayashi was personally guiding them during their training. This is why Hinata felt comfortable asking her brother such a question without much hesitation. Niji looked to the side toward the group of Genins and the Jonins who were looking at him with eyes filled with questions. What Ino is saying is true. During our academy days, I and Lee tried countless times to defeat Yami but were always unsuccessful. But things have changed a lot since our academy days. As someone who aspires to become a taijutsu specialist like our sensei, Lee's strength has increased by leaps and bounds. He has been taught techniques by our sensei which were taught to him by his dad. Even me and Yami haven't been taught them. Sensei says that Lee is suitable for it and he is passing on the technique to Lee. Hearing that Guy taught his father's technique to Lee, Kakashi's head instantly turned toward Lee, and this sudden movement was noticed by everyone including Kurenai and Asuma. "Guy, Don't tell me, you taught the kid that technique? Kakashi asked with a shocked look on his face. Guy confidently nodded and said, yes Kakashi, I have decided that Lee will be my successor and so it is his rightful responsibility to master that technique. What technique are you guys talking about? Kurenai asked. She had never seen Guy use the 8 gates and so she didn't even think that Guy would have such a powerful technique. Guy looked back at the stage and said, don't worry everyone. The suspense won't remain for long and all of you will see Lee use that technique and I am sure Yami is strong enough to push Lee to do it. Everyone who was in the tower, including the guards of the Hokage, Heiate, and the genins from other villages like Kankuro, Gaara, and Temari, were all pretty amused hearing the conversation happening between the Hidden Leaf squads. Even they wanted to see what this technique is that Guy is so confident about. Baki and his team knew how strong Yami was. He had clearly shown his prowess when he fought at the Bandit Valley a year ago. Yami and Lee stood in front of each other. Yami didn't unsheath his sword and went into a taijutsu stance. Lee got happier seeing that he will have a taijutsu fight with Yami. He knew that eventually Yami will use ninjutsu and kenjutsu, but for a start, this was a good one. Let the match begin. Chapter 139, Yami vs. Lee Part 1. As the announcement to start the match fell on everyone's ears, Yami and Lee rushed at each other. Both of them knew better than to let the other take the initiative to attack. Lee clenched his fists and sent a punch toward Yami's chest. Yami blocked the punch with his hand and quickly threw it to the side. He quickly jumped back to create distance. He looked at his hand and saw that directly blocking the punch with his palm didn't give him any injury or even any kind of pain. Devouring so many bodies improved my physique. Yami thought as he expected a slight amount of redness seeing that Lee's punch held considerable power. He decided to take the initiative to attack this time and flickered to Lee's side. Lee, who was alert, noticed this and folded his arm to the side to block the punch coming, but to his surprise Yami didn't punch. In fact, Yami threw a kick toward Lee's knee. He wanted to throw Lee off balance. Lee had no choice but to take the kick to the side of his knee. As Yami expected, Lee lost his balance and started to fall to the other side. It won't be as easy as our academy days, Lee said and supported his entire body on his hands while rotating his leg round and round to deter any attack coming from Yami at this time of weakness. Tisk! Yami didn't get the chance to attack Lee as he had predicted and had to wait for Lee to jump and land on his feet. He still took a chance and as Lee was in the air, Yami threw 3 kunais at Lee's torso. Lee instantly stretched both his legs in front of him, making his orange loose socks like things block the kunais. Yami knew that under those loose orange socks, Lee wore his leg weights. He used those metal weights to block my kunais. I should have used lightning chakra on it, Yami thought. He wanted to see to what extent could he fight Lee with pure taijutsu. Yami was sure that if both fought only with taijutsu, then Lee would win as he had the 8 gates to give him a significant boost. Why didn't Yami use the technique you gave him, Asuma-sensei? Choji, who was munching on something, asked. Yami is more than qualified to become a Chunin, and so is Lee. They aren't fighting to proceed to the 3rd test, but to see how they compare to each other. Yami wants to see how good he is as compared to Lee without using his chakra. Asuma said. Just like Yami, he is looking down on Lee by giving him a handicap. Kiba grumbled, which earned him a glare from Ino. Kurenai just laughed while messing with Kiba's hair and said this isn't called looking down, Kiba. This is called fighting on equal ground. Lee has been picked on plenty of times since his childhood for not having chakra, and now after training so much, if he loses to Yami just because Yami used chakra, then that would create a heart demon for Lee. He would grow up thinking that no matter how much he trains, he can't become strong without chakra. As the other genins heard this, they looked at Lee with a little pity. Niji remembered how his classmates taunted Lee. How he saw Lee as someone insignificant. Back at the stage, Yami and Lee were constantly throwing attacks at each other. They would deflect, block and take damage from each other's attacks, but they wouldn't even stop for a second. This continuous flurry of attacks impressed even the Jonins and Shunins standing on the sidelines for security. By now many had started noticing one difference. Yami had the upper hand, and one of the main reasons for that was Yami's speed. Without using a shred of chakra, Yami was able to not just match Lee in terms of speed but also go a step further. Yami still hadn't activated his Sharingan but was using his enhanced senses. By sensing the directions of air compressions and the amount of air compressed, he was able to determine where the punch or kick was coming from and whether it was a real attack or just a feint to distract Yami. Yami didn't use too much strength and only focused on Lee's joints and other vital areas. He wanted to damage them enough that even if Lee uses 8 gates later, he wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. On top of that, Yami was wearing weights that were working in work capacity, and it was twice as much of what Lee was currently wearing. The only problem Yami was facing was Lee's kicks. They held way more speed and raw power as compared to his punches, and this was breaking Yami's momentum from time to time. Seeing that the match was going nowhere, Lee jumped back and landed on a hill on one side of the stage. Lee looked at Guy, and before he could ask for permission, Guy nodded and said, "I understand, Lee. Go ahead." Lee's eyes widen as he asks, "Are you sure, Guy-sensei? You told me never to." "Yes, I know, Lee, but Yami is a worthy opponent and this is a worthy stage to do it," Guy said. "Is he gonna use the technique which you talked about?" Ino asked Guy, and all eyes turned to him, including Hiruzen and Orochimaru. Guy shook his head and said, "No. You can say this is one step short of using that technique. Guy, I still think you should not let him use that technique for such matches." Kakashi tried to convince Guy. Guy had already told him the price of using the 8 gates, and Kakashi was right to believe that using such a technique for just a Chunin exam match isn't worth it. Chapter 140, Yami vs. Lee Part 2. Guy waved his hand at Kakashi and said, "Don't worry, Kakashi, this kid will surpass me as well." Guy wasn't worried about Lee hurting himself too much, as he believed that as long as Lee continued training, he would become more robust. Kakashi shook his head, knowing it was no use arguing with his stubborn friend. In the end, Guy will do what he wants. That's how he has been since the academy days. Kurenai, Asuma, and the others didn't say a word, as they didn't know what kind of a technique it was. They all turned back to look at Lee, who was crouching on one of the small hills. These hill-type structures were on both sides of the stage. Lee stood on his side while Yami stood quietly on the stage. Yami knew what Lee wanted to do, and so it was no surprise for him. Lee sat on the hill and removed the orange sock covering his weights. At first glance, many didn't understand what it was. Especially most of the Genins who had never seen weights, as it was too cruel of a training method. "Are those weights?" Kankuro asked as a frown appeared on his face. "They don't look too heavy though. Why is he making such a big spectacle of it?" Temari snickered. She could see the weights weren't too big, so she assumed they didn't weigh much as well. "He was always wearing them?" Sakura asked while looking at Guy and Niji. Niji simply shrugged at her question, as he had some idea of Lee using something to train, but he didn't know when did Lee start using them. "Yes, to increase his physical strength. I had him wear those weights all the time. Even during missions." Guy nodded. Lee held one belt of weights in each hand and let go of them. The weights crashed on the ground, and a loud sound with 2 big mountains of sand rose from the ground. The sound was enough to make all of them widen their eyes. They could all discern how heavy each of those belts were. "Am I still stronger than him?" A question flashed in Niji's mind. He didn't expect Lee to be so cruel to his own body. Everyone had many questions in their mind to ask, but their eyes were glued to Lee and Yami. They wanted to know what will happen next. They looked at Yami and expected him to be surprised as others, but there was no change in his expressions. Kakashi looked at Yami and thought either he has a good poker face or... Before Kakashi could complete his thought, he saw Lee disappear in a blur. Even a seasoned shinobi like Kakashi was having a problem seeing him without his Sharingan. Others just saw Lee disappear. The next moment, Lee appeared on Yami's left side and smashed his knee toward Yami's shoulder. Yami wanted to test whether he can handle Lee's speed without his Sharingan. So he didn't activate his Sharingan yet. Yami's instincts alerted him as he felt his hair stand on end. He tried to block the kick with his arm, but he was a little late as some part of the knee still hit his shoulder, making him grit a little in pain as he was pushed to the side. Did I underestimate his speed? No, that's not possible. I just haven't gotten used to them. Yami thought as he saw Lee disappear again. Lee instantly appeared in front of Yami and swept his leg to make Yami lose his balance. Yami jumped instinctively, but this attack turned out to be a feint attack. The next second Yami felt Lee's punch on his chest. Yami was already in the air when the punch connected, so he couldn't put up any defense. He crashed into the hill behind him with the speed of a bullet. A loud bang was heard as he hit the hill, letting everyone know how much power was condensed in that punch. Is Yami really losing to Lee? Ino said in a daze, and everyone looked at her, even her sensei. They had never thought that Yami's own teammate will be able to beat him like him. No way, my brother can never lose. Sasuke quickly said, but everyone could sense a little hesitation in his voice. Sasuke was fighting with his own words. He had never imagined that he would see his brother punched or kicked like this instantly. All of you are forgetting that he hasn't used his Sharingan as well as any chakra. Niji reminded everyone as he saw them. 2 loud sighs were heard as he said this. These sighs came from Ino and Sasuke. At the stage, a dust cloud was created due to Lee's attack. Yami stood up from the rubble and came out from the dust cloud, dusting off his clothes. The kick was surely strong, but I felt the pain for only a few seconds. The same happened when he kicked my shoulder. I also don't feel my internal body suffering any harm. Lee is not someone who can measure and think of all this. My body truly is unnatural. Yami thought. Everyone could see Yami's red eyes through the dust cloud. I made you use your Sharingan, Lee said in happiness. He had managed to push Yami to some extent. He rushed at Yami to attack again, but this time Yami could see him come towards him. Yami prepared himself and successfully blocked the attack. This happened a few more times as well. But Yami felt something wrong. Is my reaction time getting slower? I don't think so. Lee is getting faster. He is propelling himself. Yami came to the conclusion as he saw various spiderweb-like cracks all over the stage. Lee propelled himself from behind Yami and aimed a punch at Yami's back, but the next second he saw something that surprised him. Yami returned back and stopped the punch with his own hand. And before Lee could back off to attack again, Yami kicked Lee's face, throwing him at one of the walls. I made why you use C chakra, Lee said, catching his breath. Chapter 141, Yami vs. Lee Part 3. That you did, Yami said, and it was a compliment to Lee. Lee's ambition for this match was to defeat Yami, but he knew he had to overcome a couple of milestones, like making Yami use his Sharingan, then chakra, and lastly his sword. That's when he could say that he made Yami go all out. Even the people on the railings looked at Lee with an appreciative gaze. They knew what he did wasn't any less than a commendable feat. He really forced Yami to use chakra. Naruto said in an excited tone. During his mission, he developed quite a good friendship with Lee, as they both were talkative and had bubbly personalities. On the other hand, Naruto saw Yami as a rival, just like his brother Sasuke. Lightning will increase his movement speed, and to keep up with Lee's speed Yami had to use chakra. Asuma said. He had fought a few Kumo ninjas in the past, and he knew that they used lightning chakra to boost their speed. Is that the only thing you noticed, Asuma? Kurenai asked with a smirk. Asuma looked back at both the participants, and after a few seconds he nodded in realization as he looked at Kurenai and said, it was so simple and still I didn't notice such a big thing. What are you talking about, sensei? Shikamaru asked. Even though he appeared to be uninterested in this match, he was focused on every aspect of this match. He hadn't seen such a fight yet, as he was too young to get involved in such strong and brutal fights. Asuma pointed at Lee and said, look at Lee. He has blood coming out of his mouth just after one kick from Yami. On the other hand, Yami doesn't seem to have a single injury. Only his clothes look a little dirty. Now we all saw that Lee kicked and punched Yami multiple times, but Yami only attacked once. Everyone looked at Lee and Yami and noticed that what Asuma just pointed out was indeed true. His body is unusually sturdy. I never noticed this fact. Kakashi thought as he massaged his chin. Back at the stage, Lee stood up and came out of the rubble, wiping the blood from his mouth and stretching his shoulders. The attack from Yami really did a number on him, and it also caught him off guard. He took his usual fighting stance and was about to disappear with his speed, but he saw Yami disappear before him. He decided it was better to move as well and looked at his left and was about to turn and propel himself, but then he heard a light crackle on his right side. Before he could turn his head to the right, his vision blurred, and the next moment he felt pain in his left shoulder, and a loud boom was heard. All the people saw was Yami disappearing, and the next moment and blue light on Lee's right side, and Lee was thrown at the wall. You really surpassed my speed. I didn't think lightning chakra would be such a big boost, Lee said as he stood up, tumbling on the rubble a little. He looked at his shoulder, which had hit the wall, and saw it was dislocated. The Genins wanted to ask how Lee would fight with one dislocated shoulder, but the next second Lee slapped his own shoulder and fixed it back into the socket. That must have been painful, Choji said as he made an ugly face. He couldn't deny that what Lee did just now wasn't just painful but also cool. He seems to be adept in doing this, as if things like this happen regularly during training, Kakashi said while glaring at Guy, who just laughed embarrassedly. Hee, no pain no gain, Kakashi. I think the thing I have been waiting for will happen soon. Everyone's eyes locked on the blurry figure of Lee that was coming out. They didn't want to miss a single thing about the technique Guy and Kakashi have been talking about for the past few minutes. Lee came out of the dust cloud and spread his legs a little to take a firm stance. He looked at Yami with a serious expression and said, Yami, you have pushed me to surpass my limits, and I won't disappoint you on that. I will now use the technique passed to me by Guy-sensei, the 8 gates. First gate, the gate of opening. Open. Lee screamed, and his hair stood up and the air around him also started becoming turbulent. He also clenched his fists firmly. Everyone in the hall was surprised as they saw this. They had never heard of something like this. The Chunins and Jonins in the tower could feel Lee's strength had increased. What is this? Kurenai asked. She had read many books, but she hadn't read about anything like this ever. She couldn't even point as to how Lee's strength increased to such an extent. What is this technique, Guy? Kakashi, tell us something? Asuma urged. Even the people around him had the same questions. This technique is called the 8 gates. The 8 gate are 8 specific points on a person's chakra pathway system. They limit the overall flow of chakra within a person's body. The basis for the idea of the chakra gates comes from the body's limits on the functions within it. This makes the body much weaker, but it keeps the body from expiring too soon. By undergoing intense training, one can learn how to open these gates, allowing the user to surpass their own physical limits. Guy explained to everyone. I never thought that chakra pathways could be exploited in such a way, Kurenai said as she looked at Lee. I am not done yet. The gate of healing opened. Lee screamed and his strength increased again and the nerves started showing all over his body. Kakashi looked at Guy and asked, Guy, how many gates can this kid open? Chapter 142, Yami vs. Lee Part 4. Guy just kept looking at Lee and said, keep watching, Kakashi. You are in for a surprise. Lee had boosted his power to a great extent, and just when everybody thought that he was done powering up, Lee shouted again. The 3rd gate, Gate of Life. After a few seconds. The 4th gate, Gate of Pain. Again after a few seconds. The 5th gate, Gate of Limit. In just under a minute, Lee had increased his strength several-fold. There was pin-drop silence all over the tower. Everyone could feel the strong power radiating from Lee. How can a genin be that strong, was the question that came to everybody's mind. Even Niji, who had seen Lee for so many years, couldn't believe that this is how strong Lee was. Niji was convinced that he couldn't defeat Lee no matter how many clan techniques he used. The only question he had now was how was Yami going to overcome this? Gaara, who was standing on the sidelines with his siblings, and Baki had a change in expression. He had confidence in his absolute defense, but there was a limit as to how many attacks it can cover and how fast. He understood that the Lee standing in front of him could give a run for his money. Yami, as always, didn't move from his place the whole time. Everyone is stronger than their canon self, and I expected Lee would also be able to open his 6th gate, but seems like he will need more time to open it. Yami thought. Lee, who was looking as if he will burst like a bomb any minute, looked at Yami and said, I thought this would make you unsheath your sword. Neither did Lee nor the others expect Yami to say or do anything as a reply to Lee's statement, but Yami smiled as he said, no, it isn't enough to make me unsheath my sword, but you did make me do something else. Yami looked at his legs. He was wearing his usual sandals and a thin tape from his ankles to his calf. Everyone, including Lee, was focused on Yami's legs. They didn't think that there is any kind of weight, as Yami hadn't worn anything baggy like Lee. The next second they all saw a dim light around his leg glow a little and then become dim again. They didn't understand what had happened. It was so anticlimactic. Some had expected something flashy like the 8 gates, but it didn't happen. The veterans who were in the tower understood that it was something related to Fuinjutsu. What was that? Lee asked. He had still opened his 5th gate and his skin was red in color. This was one of the tricks Yami had come up with. He knew Lee couldn't maintain the stage he was now in for too long, and the best way to secure victory would be to waste as much time as he could. Even though it's a cheap trick, it's still an effective strategy. Yami humped in his mind. He smirked at Lee and said, gravity seals. They apply weight to my body just like yours, with only one difference. What difference? They are heavier than yours. Yami said as the smile on his face grew and he disappeared. Everyone didn't have the time to even look for Yami as all the windows in the tower shattered. This also included Kabuto's glasses. Lee looked around and no matter how much he tried he couldn't see Yami. All he could see were blue glowing lines all over the tower. The ground and the walls were crushed in many places, but Yami was nowhere to be seen. What is even happening? Niji muttered as he looked around. Even the walls which were above the railing had those cracks, meaning Yami had propelled himself from the walls without anyone even knowing when and how. This isn't the time to defend. I must counterattack him or else I might lose without even knowing how. Lee thought, and even his figure blurred. The strength he used to propel himself from the ground was way more than what Yami was using. Due to Lee just kicking the ground once, a quarter of the stage's surface was destroyed instantly. Kakashi activated his Sharingan and now he could see better. Asuma noticed this and asked, Kakashi, tell us what you see. I can see Lee, but he's still a little blurred, but my eyes can't match Yami's speed at all. Kakashi said as he gulped some saliva. When he saw the windows around him break, many thought that Yami had destroyed them, but veterans like Hiruzen and Orochimaru understood that Yami's speed had reached a whole new stage. Now even after using his Sharingan, Kakashi couldn't see Yami clearly. He, just like Lee, could only see the blue light bouncing on the walls of the tower. Lee, who was now chasing the blue glow, was getting closer and closer. He saw the blue glow touch a wall and propel it in a different direction. Lee also did the same thing, but when he turned in the other direction, he couldn't see the blue glow. Where did he go? Lee thought, and immediately he realized that he had been played like a fiddle. He felt a sharp pain in his back, but this pain wasn't like when he was kicked or punched. This was a sharp pain as if someone had cut him deep. Lee coughed a little blood and landed in the middle of the stage. He wasn't standing, or the right way to say would be he couldn't stand. He felt a tingling sensation like he had been paralyzed by lightning, and the wound on his back was painful. It hadn't just cut him but also burned a little. Seeing the slash mark on Lee's back, everyone including Lee thought that Yami cut him with his sword, and Lee, who smiled at this realization, looked up and said, I made you use your sword. I made you go all out. No, you didn't. A cold voice was heard behind Lee, and as he turned he saw something he or no one else in that tower ever expected to see. Chapter 143, Yami vs. Lee Part 5. As Lee turned, the only words he could blurt out was, W, what are you? Yami's entire body was covered in blue lightning. It looked like he had worn a shining blue cloak. His hands and legs were 5 claws made of lightning. Even though everyone thought lightning was extremely unstable, Yami's lightning cloak and claws looked tangible. Even Kakashi, who had a good amount of control over his lightning element, didn't think that someone could stabilize lightning enough to create an opaque jutsu. For all he knew, none of the elements were tangible enough to be used like this except water, which can be frozen and used as a weapon. How can he wear lightning like this? Even the Raikage who use lightning armor cannot cover themselves totally like this. How is Yami not getting shocked by wearing such thick lightning? Kakashi's mind was full of questions. He looked around Yami and saw that the amount of lightning hitting the surrounding area wasn't much. In fact, it was way less than usual. He can control the lightning to such extent? What a monster was the thought Kakashi had. The back of Yami's head was also covered with lightning. The only part of his entire body that was visible was his eyes and half of his nose. Yami didn't reply to what Lee blurted out. He looked at Lee and said, "I didn't use my sword." Lee frowned and asked, "Then how did you cut me?" Yami simply turned his head to one side as if indicating to look at his back, and the next second 2 wings appeared on Yami's back. These wings were blue as well, but unlike other lightning, the edges of these wings looked sharp as a sword. Hiruzen, who was sitting in his chair, straightened up, which didn't go unnoticed by the people around him. Shikaku looked at Hiruzen and asked, "Is anything the matter, Hokage-sama?" This kid, he changed the lightning hound jutsu according to his own will and applied it to his own body. Iriko was a little shocked when he heard that. Shikaku had told him about Hiruzen giving Yami some techniques, but he didn't expect Yami to do something like this. He looked at Hiruzen and asked, "Are you sure, Hokage-sama?" The lightning hound technique is an S-rank jutsu, and applying such a technique to your own body would kill the person the moment an attempt like this is made. Hiruzen smiled and said, "You are right, Irika, but we can't deny the fact that this kid has managed to do it. Lightning this thick and stable is only possible with the lightning hound jutsu. Just now when Yami created those wings on his back, logically it should have taken some amount of lightning chakra from the full body cloak he is wearing. But the cloak didn't lose even an ounce of power, and the wings were created by adding more lightning chakra." Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, was impressed by his sensei's observation. He looked at Hiruzen and said, "Your observation is spot on, Lord Hokage. You really are worthy of being called the professor." Near the railings on the first floor, Sasuke looked at his sensei and asked Kakashi-sensei, "You and Yami did train a lot in ninjutsu. Did you teach him this?" All eyes turned to Kakashi, even Neji, and Guy. Guy, who had expected Lee to showcase a tremendous amount of power in this match after opening the 5th gate, never imagined that Yami, who he only taught simple taijutsu, had grown to such an extent. Guy wasn't sad at seeing Lee get overpowered. As the teacher of Yami, he was proud. Kakashi shook his head and said, "Nope, I have no idea. Me and Yami did try many things with lightning chakra, but I have never seen this move. I thought Yami didn't practice the S-rank jutsu because he wanted to wait a couple of years, and it was the logical thing to do, as S-rank jutsus require a ton of chakra and could also harm the user if not properly used. But it turns out that the reason Yami didn't train that jutsu is that he wanted to mold it as per his own wish. The main issue with such a full-body cloak, claws, and wings was that one needed a constant supply of pure chakra to maintain it and even stabilize it. Yami knew that no one in the shinobi world had or has a chakra core to supplement chakra of such proportion. Yami did try making some changes in a lightning hound, but he couldn't do much as this technique relied on the instability of lightning chakra. Yami had managed to create his cloak only as a pumped-up version of lightning armor and the claws for assassination. This was the first time he managed to combine them together, and to his surprise, they made good full-body protection. As for the wings, they just happened. When Yami was in the air and he thought to slash Lee's back to weaken him more, the wings appeared on their own and slashed at Lee. Yami expected to be tired after using this for a few seconds, but to his astonishment, his chakra core was working like a nice oiled machine, and it was taking in the chakra from the surrounding at the same speed as it was spending. It felt like his chakra core had been liberated. Lee, who had started feeling the effects of opening the 5 gates, wanted to take concrete action at the earliest. As he took a step further, Yami also took a step further, but the only difference was when everyone saw Yami take a single step slowly, he instantly appeared beside Lee, just facing the other side. His left hand, which was a claw, was on Lee's face. A small amount of lightning made Lee stiff, and before he could overcome that effect, he was banged on the ground. Chapter 144, End of the Preliminaries. After bashing Li's head into the stage, Yami stood up. He looked at Li, who was coughing blood by now. Li gritted his teeth trying to stop the cough and lift his hands and legs, but his body won't listen to him. He looked to the side and spit all the blood that was in his mouth. He looked up and saw lightning-covered Yami standing beside him. Yami had deactivated his Sharingan. He understood that Li's body had reached its limit and the fight was over. He chuckled and said, "It was a great fight, but I still couldn't make you go all out." Sadness was evident in his voice when he said the last part. The entire hall was silent, and so they could clearly hear what Li just said. They felt pity for him. Some even thought that Yami should have used his sword after seeing Li so hard. Yami didn't reply to Li as he didn't know what is the right thing to say. He decided to maintain his quiet demeanor, which would be like saying 1,000 words itself. Li also fell unconscious shortly after saying what was in his mind the whole time. Guy and Kakashi jumped down to help out Li. Some medical shinobis also approached with a stretcher. Yami dispersed the lightning cloak and claws and looked at Hey-8. Even after Li had fallen unconscious, Hey-8 hadn't announced the result. The reason for that was he had completely forgotten that he was the referee. As the others watching the match, his attention was focused on Yami and the match. Even he knew that he or his peers wouldn't stand a chance. He had forgotten that he was comparing himself to a 9-year-old. But he understood that even though Yami is 9 years old, his body was way stronger than a full-grown adult. He wouldn't have been able to take Li's kicks after he had opened the 5th gate and just dusted off like it was nothing. Hey-8 announced the result. Irika nudged Hey-8 and broke him out of his stupor. Hey-8 quickly regained his composure and announced Li is unconscious and cannot fight anymore. The winner of this match is Yami Uchiha. Hey-8 had expected Yami's friends to burst into cheer, but they were all quiet. He then realized that Li was also their friend. The genins who were standing near the railings had all once thought about surpassing Yami. They tried their hardest to train as well, but now seeing him showcase his power like this, they felt that this was an impossible task. Even Sasuke and Neji didn't imagine that Yami would be capable of showcasing such power. "I will defeat you one day." A single shout came from the railings. Just hearing the voice, Yami understood that it was Naruto. Even when he watched the anime in his previous life, Yami wondered how Naruto could stay positive after all that he has gone through. Ow! A punch landed on Naruto's head, but like always it wasn't Sakura who punched him but Kiba. Naruto looked at Kiba and asked, "Hey, what was that for? Do you really think you can surpass that?" Kiba asked. He was already unhappy with how the match between him and Naruto had turned out, and now Naruto had the gall to say that he will defeat Yami. "You won against me because of pure luck. Next time we fight, me and Akamaru will kick your ass," Kiba promised. Woof woof. Akamaru also chimed in, trying to look threatening. Irika, who was standing beside Hiruzen, sighed seeing the antics the kids of his class were doing. "Silence everyone. Now that all the fights have finished, we will have the third and final round, which will be 1v1 matches as well. This round will take place 1 month later. The preliminaries are now over." Irika announced, and the doors of the tower opened and people started exiting. Guy and Kakashi also came and stood in front of Yami. They had made sure that Li's injuries aren't very serious. Guy held both of Yami's shoulders and said, "Yami, I am so proud of you. I never thought I would have such strong students. And what was that jutsu? I didn't see you use it or even practice it." Yami felt good that even after Li was beaten and battered by Yami and was put in the hospital, he didn't seem to have any kind of grievance with Yami. In fact, he was genuinely happy. Wow, he really is the epitome of positivity, just like that loudmouth. Yami thought. Even in his previous life, Yami never knew anyone who had such a pure and naive mind. No jealousy or any hostile feelings. Something like this is truly commendable. I created it as a trump card of mine, so I decided to keep it a secret. Didn't think Li would push me to use it. Yami said, which for some reason made Guy happier. Haha, when Li hears that you used your trump card to defeat him, he is going to forget all the pain he has suffered. Guy said as he showed Yami a thumbs up. Kakashi shook his head seeing his idiot friend behaving like this. Yami, if you used your trump card, then why didn't you use your sword? Kakashi asked. Sasuke and Niji's ears perked as they heard that question. Even they wanted to know why Yami was so adamant about not using his sword. Yami couldn't disclose the fact that he didn't have full control over his sword once the purple lightning shows up. He didn't want to mistakenly kill his own teammate. But saying the truth would surely make a joke out of him, so he decided to whip up some lie. Fighting someone who excels in brute strength and speed with a sword would have been unfair. I wanted to face Lee head-on, Yami said, which impressed those who heard him except the one that know him very well. He is someone who cares about winning and not how he wins. Kakashi thought, but he decided not to argue with Yami as he won't tell the truth no matter what. Chapter 145, Karen's Gratitude. As all the matches had finished, everyone standing near the railings walked down. The Konoha Genin teams along with their Jonin instructor approached Yami, Guy, and Kakashi. Sensei, can we go see Lee? Niji asked. The Niji from before would have never asked such a thing, and Guy was a little surprised at Niji's behavior. He was happy that finally Lee had made some good friends. Not yet, doctors are still operating on him and he won't be awake for a day or two. He has multiple fractured bones due to overexhaustion. I didn't know you and your father had mastered such a powerful jutsu, Guy. Asuma complimented. Even during his academy days he never saw Guy as a competition, and that continued till he became a Jonin. But now, seeing how much power Lee acquired using the 8 Gates Jutsu, Asuma was sure that he would be no match for Guy. He can definitely open more gates than Lee did. I wonder how much strong he becomes when he does that. It won't be a surprise if he says he can open all 8 gates. But Kakashi did say that the price for such power was severe. Asuma thought. Kurenai stepped forward and said, Guy, though the technique is powerful, what Kakashi said is also right. The toll it took on Lee's body was tremendous. I think most of his fractures may have been the result of pushing himself too hard. Guy nodded and said, yes, Kurenai, you are right about that. My father told me to only use this technique in extreme situations, and I passed that on to Lee as well. Lee has always seen Yami as someone he wants to surpass, and so even I permitted him to go all out. Kurenai sighed and looked at Yami. Kid, you really put every one of us in a hard spot. Yami, who was in his own thought, looked at Kurenai and asked, what do you mean by that, Miss Kurenai? She looked at her students and then at other Konoha Genins and said, seeing you fight with so much power did a number on our students. Now we will have to train more or they won't be able to come out of your shadow. She is right. I thought my life would be a little easy, but this monster is just making it worse day by day. And what angle does he look younger than us? Shikamaru had an ugly expression as he thought. Kiba quickly retorted as he heard that Kurenai-sensei, don't worry. We ain't gonna live in his shadow. We will surpass him in no time. Yeah, he is right. I will defeat him and become the Hokage. Naruto also chimed in. Asuma gave a hearty laugh when he heard Kiba and Naruto's self-encouraging words. It's good that you weren't born in our times, Yami, or else Dad would have made me train double the amount. You saying something, Asuma? Hiruzen's voice was heard from behind the group. They had totally forgotten that the leaders of 2 villages were still in the same room as them. Everyone turned back and bowed to Hiruzen in respect. Asuma laughed a little embarrassed and said, no, nothing. I was telling the kids about our academy days. He then looked at the Genins and then at his students and said, kids, let's go. We need to train harder for the next Chunin exams, and Shikamaru, your 3rd round is next month. Everyone tried their hardest to cover up the giggle. They never expected the laid-back cigarette-smoking Asuma would become like this in front of his father. Everyone started leaving the tower along with their team except Team 7. Naruto said he wanted to talk to the Hokage about something, so everyone stopped. Team 7 knew he wanted to talk about Karen, and Kakashi and Hiruzen decided not to tell him that they knew about this beforehand. Yami decided to leave and headed straight toward his home. He wasn't physically tired from his match with Lee, but was mentally tired. His chakra core supported him in maintaining the lightning cloak to its full extent, and Yami felt he could make it even stronger if he used purple lightning, but Yami had never fought such a battle before, so his mental exhaustion was obvious. As he entered the Uchiha compound, he noticed that there was movement in his house. For a second he was suspicious, but then he remembered that Sasuke had to take Karen to their place. He walked home and saw Karen was reading a book. Karen looked up to Yami and asked, "What happened to your clothes?" Yami realized that his clothes had been tattered due to the fight with Lee, and he walked all over to his house from the tower with tattered clothes like this. Damn it, what must have people thought when they saw me like this? Thank God I don't look a total beggar in this, and the condition isn't too bad. Yami thought as he looked at the torn sleeves of his kimono. As the kids who passed the second test were more than everyone expected, the village decided to add a preliminary round. My match was the last one, so I didn't have time to change and came home directly, Yami said as he kept his sword on the table. Karen filled a glass of water and handed it to Yami. You came alone? Sasuke didn't come with you? Karen asked as she looked behind Yami. She expected both brothers to come together as the rounds had finished. He stayed behind with his team. Karen nodded when she heard that. She looked a bit nervous and fidgety, as if she wanted to say something but didn't have the courage to do it. Spill it. What is it you want to say? Yami said in a serious tone, causing her to yelp. I wanted to thank whatever you all have done for me. I thought about what would happen if my village found out I am taking refuge here. I don't think I should stay here for long. It could become a conflict, and I don't want your village to suffer because of it, Karen said in one breath and quickly closed her mouth. Her breathing got a little heavy by saying all this together. Yami stood up, picked his sword, and said, the grass won't say anything. 'Cause if they did, they will also have to answer how your mother died, and as an ally of the Uzumaki clan, Konoha will take action, and besides, Hokage-sama has agreed to let you stay. Karen quickly looked up as she heard that. Tears started streaming out of her eyes as the ray of hope, which was about to fade away, shined brighter than ever before. As Yami started walking toward his room, Karen asked, who talked to Lord Hokage for me? She didn't think she was worth enough for someone to mention her to a village leader. Yami opened the door to his room and said, Naruto did. Chapter 146, Preparation. Naruto, he did say that he will talk to the Hokage about me. I didn't think he would really do it. I never thought that I would ever get to meet an Uzumaki in my life. Karen muttered as she looked down, not realizing that Yami had already left. As Yami entered the room, he took out an empty scroll and started writing something. After a few minutes, he rolled the scroll, tied it, and sealed it with the usual sealing jutsu. He had seen Guy and Kakashi perform this to open many official seals. Turns out you don't need to learn about Fuinjutsu to know simple scroll seals. Yami then kept the scroll aside and started to write a letter. While writing, he heard Sasuke's voice outside. Knock knock, come in, Yami said as he hid the scroll and the letter he was writing under the pillow. The door opened and Sasuke along with Karen walked in. Even before walking inside his brother's room, Sasuke was happy and confused. He came home to tell Karen the good news that the Hokage had allowed her to stay in the Hidden Leaf, but turns out she already knew this, and also that Naruto was the one who talked with Hokage-sama. Yami must have guessed the reason Naruto had us to wait after everyone left and then assumed that Hokage-sama would agree, as Karen is an Uzumaki. I am thinking too much about this, Sasuke thought as looked at Yami sitting on his bed. Yami, I am going to train with Kakashi-sensei for a month, so I don't think I can come home every day for the next month until the third round starts, Sasuke said. Actually, I was thinking about training in seclusion for a month as well, Yami said, which caused Sasuke and Karen both to be a little shocked. Seclusion training isn't something that a genin does. It is something that powerhouses like those at the Kage level do. After the seclusion training, their strength even takes a big leap due to the progress they made in seclusion. The only difference would be that this seclusion training of theirs would be for a couple of months. Why do you need seclusion training? You are already strong enough to become a Chunin. You even defeated Lee today, who used his full power, Sasuke asked. He couldn't understand why his brother, who never showed and said anything that could indicate him as ambitious, would want to suddenly become strong. What? You defeated Lee? Karen asked, looking at Yami and then Sasuke, but both decided to ignore her. Nothing much, big brother. I just want to try something that's been on my mind for quite some time. Yami was about to say more but looked back at the wall. He wasn't exactly looking at the wall but in the direction. He sensed someone had entered the compound. Yami looked back at Sasuke and asked, was someone going to come? Sasuke facepalmed himself and said, oh yes, I forgot. Kakashi-sensei said he will be coming to meet Karen. Yami also remembered that Shikaku had told Kakashi to meet Karen and verify everything about her. Kakashi, being a veteran Umbu operative, is definitely more than capable enough to judge whether Karen is telling the truth or not. You both go out there to talk to Mr. Kakashi. I will come in a few minutes, Yami said. Sasuke nodded and took Karen with her. While leading, Karen asked Sasuke in a low voice, what will this sensei of yours ask me? Yami closed the door as he had no interest in watching Kakashi interrogate her. Even though Kakashi said that he was coming to talk to her, everyone, including Karen, knew that this was going to be a mild interrogation. Yami sat back on his bed and took out the letter that he hid. Due to his enhanced senses, he could hear the questions Kakashi was asking Karen. He decided to ignore them and focus on writing the letter. If the letter reaches at the right time under the right circumstances, a big problem can be solved. Yami thought as he finished the letter. Yami rolled up the letter and tied a thread to it. He then performed some hand signs and a bat appeared near his window. The bat was a little different than the other bats. Simply put, it was fat. Yami picked up the scroll and held it in front of the bat. The bat opened its mouth and swallowed the scroll whole. Yami then proceeded to tie the letter to the bat's legs. Give the scroll and letter to Zabuza, Yami said, and the bat flew away, disappearing in the clear sky. Yami then left his room, and as he entered the hall he saw Karen crying while Kakashi and Sasuke were still quietly on the other side of the table. Yami could see that Sasuke was furious as he had clenched his fists and was practically gritting his teeth. I guess Karen narrated about her and her mom's file and the hidden grass, Yami thought. Seeing Yami come, Karen wiped her tears and sat quietly. Kakashi looked at Yami and asked, so Yami, what are you going to do the entire month? Have you thought of anything? Before Yami could reply, Sasuke spoke. Sensei, he is going in seclusion for a month. Kakashi raised his eyebrows as he heard that. He himself had never gone into seclusion and he hardly knew anyone who did this, so he was surprised. What is he gonna do for him to even go into seclusion? Though 1 month is not a long time, I don't know what this monster could learn now that would require him to go away from everything for a month, Kakashi thought. He didn't ask anything as he knew Yami would have told him if he wanted to. Kakashi looked at Karen and said, Karen, although you can live in the village, you will be trained by 2 shinobis appointed by the village. He then looked at Sasuke and said, in the evening, Heiate and Yu-Gi-Oh will come to pick her up. They are the guardians allotted to her by Hokage-sama. Chapter 146, Preparation. Naruto, he did say that he will talk to the Hokage about me. I didn't think he would really do it. I never thought that I would ever get to meet an Uzumaki in my life. Karen muttered as she looked down, not realizing that Yami had already left. As Yami entered the room, he took out an empty scroll and started writing something. After a few minutes, he rolled the scroll, tied it, and sealed it with the usual sealing jutsu. He had seen Guy and Kakashi perform this to open many official seals. Turns out you don't need to learn about Fuinjutsu to know simple scroll seals. Yami then kept the scroll aside and started to write a letter. While writing, he heard Sasuke's voice outside. Knock knock, come in, Yami said as he hid the scroll and the letter he was writing under the pillow. The door opened and Sasuke along with Karen walked in. Even before walking inside his brother's room, Sasuke was happy and confused. He came home to tell Karen the good news that the Hokage had allowed her to stay in the Hidden Leaf, but turns out she already knew this, and also that Naruto was the one who talked with Hokage-sama. Yami must have guessed the reason Naruto had us to wait after everyone left and then assumed that Hokage-sama would agree, as Karen is an Uzumaki. I am thinking too much about this. Sasuke thought as looked at Yami sitting on his bed. Yami, I am going to train with Kakashi-sensei for a month, so I don't think I can come home every day for the next month until the third round starts. Sasuke said. Actually, I was thinking about training in seclusion for a month as well. Yami said, which caused Sasuke and Karen both to be a little shocked. Seclusion training isn't something that a Genin does. It is something that powerhouses like those at the Kage level do. After the seclusion training, their strength even takes a big leap due to the progress they made in seclusion. The only difference would be that this seclusion training of theirs would be for a couple of months. Why do you need seclusion training? You are already strong enough to become a Chunin. You even defeated Lee today, who used his full power. Sasuke asked. He couldn't understand why his brother, who never showed and said anything that could indicate him as ambitious, would want to suddenly become strong. What? You defeated Lee? Karen asked, looking at Yami and then Sasuke, but both decided to ignore her. Nothing much, big brother. I just want to try something that's been on my mind for quite some time. Yami was about to say more but looked back at the wall. He wasn't exactly looking at the wall but in the direction. He sensed someone had entered the compound. Yami looked back at Sasuke and asked, was someone going to come? Sasuke facepalmed himself and said, oh yes, I forgot. Kakashi-sensei said he will be coming to meet Karen. Yami also remembered that Shikaku had told Kakashi to meet Karen and verify everything about her. Kakashi, being a veteran Umbu operative, is definitely more than capable enough to judge whether Karen is telling the truth or not. You both go out there to talk to Mr. Kakashi. I will come in a few minutes, Yami said. Sasuke nodded and took Karen with her. While leading, Karen asked Sasuke in a low voice, what will this sensei of yours ask me? Yami closed the door as he had no interest in watching Kakashi interrogate her. Even though Kakashi said that he was coming to talk to her, everyone, including Karen, knew that this was going to be a mild interrogation. Yami sat back on his bed and took out the letter that he hid. Due to his enhanced senses, he could hear the questions Kakashi was asking Karen. He decided to ignore them and focus on writing the letter. If the letter reaches at the right time under the right circumstances, a big problem can be solved. Yami thought as he finished the letter. Yami rolled up the letter and tied a thread to it. He then performed some hand signs and a bat appeared near his window. The bat was a little different than the other bats. Simply put, it was fat. Yami picked up the scroll and held it in front of the bat. The bat opened its mouth and swallowed the scroll whole. Yami then proceeded to tie the letter to the bat's legs. Give the scroll and letter to Zabuza, Yami said, and the bat flew away, disappearing in the clear sky. Yami then left his room, and as he entered the hall he saw Karen crying while Kakashi and Sasuke were still quietly on the other side of the table. Yami could see that Sasuke was furious as he had clenched his fists and was practically gritting his teeth. I guess Karen narrated about her and her mom's file in the hidden grass, Yami thought. Seeing Yami come, Karen wiped her tears and sat quietly. Kakashi looked at Yami and asked, so Yami, what are you going to do the entire month? Have you thought of anything? Before Yami could reply, Sasuke spoke. Sensei, he is going in seclusion for a month. Kakashi raised his eyebrows as he heard that. He himself had never gone into seclusion and he hardly knew anyone who did this, so he was surprised. What is he gonna do for him to even go into seclusion? Though 1 month is not a long time, I don't know what this monster could learn now that would require him to go away from everything for a month, Kakashi thought. He didn't ask anything as he knew Yami would have told him if he wanted to. Kakashi looked at Karen and said, Karen, although you can live in the village, you will be trained by 2 shinobis appointed by the village. He then looked at Sasuke and said, in the evening, Heiate and Ujio will come to pick her up. They are the guardians allotted to her by Hokage-sama. Chapter 147, Into Seclusion. After Kakashi left, Yami went back to his room and took out another empty scroll. He wrote something on it for a few seconds and then rolled it and stored it in his clothes. Seeing that nobody is at the house, Kakashi left and walked to the Uchiha compound entrance. There is used to the usual signal he makes to arrange a meeting with Mako. He then went inside the woods where he and Mako would usually talk and shoved the scroll near one of its branches. He kept it in such a way that the scroll would be blocked from a person's line of sight unless the person comes inside the dense forest. The scroll had a shiny golden border which made it so that the sunlight would reflect off it and Mako would instantly detect it. Yami didn't want to waste more time and go into seclusion. He hadn't told Sasuke that he would be going before he even comes, but he was sure that Sasuke would understand. Yami went near the shrine and was about to open it when he noticed something off with the village's barrier, which was a couple of 100 meters ahead. He went toward it and after a few seconds realized why he felt that way. The barrier had claw marks on it. The claws had tore the barriers from many places and the barrier was now healing, but the surprising fact was how could an animal's claws do this and why is the barrier healing so slow? I can't tell this to anyone or else the village will send people here and Danzo could use that as a cover to spy on me and Sasuke. It's better to leave it like this. It doesn't look like the animal which made these was able to come in. That's why he came through the barrier near the Forest of Death. Is the barrier near the Forest of Death not as strong as the one here? Yami thought and many questions started arising in his mind, including the one where he couldn't understand what is such a big animal doing in the shinobi world. And what it wanted in the hidden leaf, or was it chasing Yami? Yami decided to ignore all that. Stuff like these is what motivated him to become strong in the first place. He can't afford to be mediocre at times when things are changing so rapidly. He went back to the shrine and opened it. He then walked down and the shrine closed by itself. As he went down he lit all the torches on the way and also in the main hall, making the entire shrine brightly lit. He then walked toward the shelves and proceeded to take out 3 scrolls. He brought those 3 scrolls where he usually sat and opened all 3 of them. The smell of blood became thick instantly, but Yami was more than used to it. The first scroll contained plenty of corpses. These corpses belonged to the ones killed in the Land of Waves, and some were even shinobi capable of using chakra. The second scroll opened, but nothing came out, but words and drawings appeared on it. This was a scroll made by Pakura where she gave a detailed explanation on everything related to Scorch Release Kekai Genkai. This was something that Yami felt he could master and take a step ahead of Pakura. It was well known that Kekai Genkais were dependent on bloodline, but Yami felt that this wasn't the case every time. No one from Pakura's clan was able to use Scorch Release before her or after her. She was the one and only person who was able to do that. A smile appeared on Yami's face when he imagined the faces of the hidden sand higher-ups when they see him use Scorch Release. I am already dreaming before even learning Scorch Release. Yami thought as he smacked himself lightly. Yami then opened the third scroll and a couple of jars with liquid and numerous Sharingans came before him. At first, Yami stored the Sharingan without any care, but then while talking to Mako once he asked him to find out what liquid Danzo was using to store the Sharingans. He knew that Danzo must have definitely taken a few eyes from the Uchihas who were dead for a long time. He is someone who didn't spare taking cells from the first Hokage's body, then why will he spare the Uchihas who he hated to his very core? Mako later told him the formula for the liquid and even brought some in a small container to compare. Danzo had people keep an eye on each and everything inside the root base. After getting the arm of Sharingan stolen, this became even stricter. Yami hadn't devoured these eyes before for a specific reason. He didn't know what changes will happen in his body, and since he is young, he might not be able to handle it and could harm himself due to taking too much. But now after fighting Lee he realized that his body was way sturdier than normal people. Maybe even more than Jonin's, and due to his chakra core, Yami felt confident to take whatever energy he gains from the eyes. For now, I will only devour the eyes. They are made of Hashirama cells, and the Sharingans on it are not in this. I remember the Hashirama cells killed many people who tried to tinker with it, and I am not sure I can stop whatever I have absorbed, and these Sharingans in front of me are more than enough. If these aren't sufficient, then I will use the ones connected to the arm. Yami thought as he opened the jars containing the eyes. He didn't need to take the eyes out to devour them. He just spread the tattoo all over his hand and wisps of black energy started coming out of his fingertips and moving toward the Sharingans. Chapter 148, Zabuza's Task. Hey 8? As in the referee of the preliminaries? Sasuke asked as he glanced at Kakashi. Yes, I know him and Yu-Gi-Oh personally and they are friends of mine. So you can rest assured that Karen will be in good hands," Kakashi said as he patted Sasuke's head. Sasuke quickly slapped his hand as he felt embarrassed by his gesture. "I am not worried of anyone," Sasuke said in a tsundere tone. "Oh? Not even Yami?" Kakashi asked, pointing at Yami, who was standing near the kitchen counter pouring tea for himself. Sasuke turned toward Yami, who was busy doing his own thing, and then turned back at Kakashi and said, "Do you think I need to be worried about him?" Kakashi chuckled and said, "You are right about that." Karen, who was just listening to all this, quietly leaned forward and whispered, "Is he really your younger brother? He doesn't look younger than you and me." Sasuke wanted to answer in a normal tone, but then he saw Kakashi lean forward toward Karen and whisper, "You should know he can hear us even if we whisper." Karen quickly sat back straight and Kakashi chuckled seeing that. He was having fun teasing the little girl. He then stood up and said, "Sasuke, go take Karen to meet Naruto and others. Introduce her to Shikamaru's team and Hinata's team. I am sure they will love to be friends with her." Sasuke noticed that Kakashi glanced toward Yami while saying this. By this time Yami was looking at the trio and drinking his tea. Kakashi-sensei must have something to talk with Yami, which is why he is sending me and Karen away, Sasuke thought, and he was right. Just a few minutes ago Kakashi had found out that Yami was going into seclusion and Kakashi wanted to impart some words of wisdom to the 9-year-old. After Karen and Sasuke left, Kakashi said, "I know you feel the need to grow stronger every moment, but don't push yourself too much. You may not look and feel like it, but you are still 9 years old." Yami put his tea down and said, "You want to know why I am going into seclusion? Then all you have to do is ask." Kakashi was a little surprised by this, seeing the usual secret of Yami ready to disclose something. "Fine, tell me then." Yami shrugged and said, "I wanted to try something for the past year and now I feel I have the required chakra and chakra control to do it." That answer was so not vague, Kakashi said, making a mocking expression. He sighed and then said, "Do you know what happened when you threatened Gaara with that sword strike?" "No, that makes sense. It is never mentioned in any books or scrolls, nor is it a jutsu. What you emitted was killing intent. Something that very few people can do. And by few people I mean, not even some Kages can do it. Is it said that during the times of the first and second Hokage, they could release the killing intent that could create waves of winds around them and could even make jonins drop on their knees. Even I can't do it, and except Hokage-sama, I don't think there is anyone who can do it." Yami nodded and asked, "Is there a way to master it?" Kakashi shook his head and said, "No. You need to figure it out on your own." Kakashi and Yami talked for a few more minutes and he left. Land of Waves, under a small waterfall, a figure could be seen sitting taking in the brunt of the heavy water. This was none other than Zabuza. He didn't have his sword near him, but he did have a wooden sword of the same type kept on a dry rock to his side. On one side of the lake, Haku was playing with ice. Their life was rather peaceful since the incident that killed Gato. Zabuza had anonymously left half of the wealth obtained to the village and he was living peacefully with Haku. Although life was peaceful, he knew that reason for it was that Yami deemed him too weak to be of any use. This did make a dent on Zabuza's ego, but he had no way to rebel as he knew what kind of a monster Yami was. Zabuza glanced at Haku, who looked very happy and peaceful. He was used to seeing Haku worried or nervous, but now that they didn't do anything criminal and weren't bothered by the outside world, he seemed carefree. The next second he saw a fat bat form out of thin air and hang on a tree branch. Zabuza could feel something in his bat tattoo and he understood that this is one of Yami's summons. He stood up and walked toward the fat bat. He saw a paper rolled and tied to his leg, so he untied the paper. After reading the paper for a few minutes, he tore it and threw it in the water. He then looked back at the bat and the bat opened his mouth and spit a scroll. Zabuza looked at the scroll from different angles but didn't open it. Haku noticed all this and walked near Zabuza and asked, "Did Yami say anything?" "Yes, he wants us to do something for him." A little sadness flashed in Haku's eyes. He was satisfied with his life here in peace. He nervously looked at Zabuza and asked, "Who do we have to kill?" Zabuza chuckled and said, "We don't have to kill anyone." He just wants us to deliver a letter to someone and we have to do it a month from now. No hurry, but we will leave this place after a week or two, so start making preparations. Haku felt a little relieved that this time they didn't have to take a life and do only menial tasks. Who do we have to meet? One of the 3 legendary Sannin. Zabuza replied, making Haku widen his eyes. Chapter 149, The Tree of Sharingdans. As the wisps of black energy reached the Sharingdans stored in the first jar, instead of them decaying as it happened with the dead bodies, the wisps entered inside the Sharingdan. The numerous eyes inside the jar started to glow brightly. Yami was shocked when he saw this happen. He didn't know what to do as he felt no change inside him happen. Normally whenever he devoured something, he could feel his body and his chakra pathways strengthen. Even if the body belonged to a non-shinobi and was a weak bandit, he would still feel his muscles become thicker and more compact at the same time. Yami understood that this devouring law had some kind of connection to the Sharingdan. I don't know if it is just Sharingdan or other dojutsus like the Byakugan, Rinnegan, and the Ketsuyugan, which belongs to the Chinoite clan. The eyes started floating out of the jar. Yami didn't know what to do. He cursed himself for not trying this on a single Sharingdan first, and now he doesn't know what the end result will be. Whether it will be good or bad. He tried to stop the devouring law. He had 2 more jars full of Sharingdans. Now the Sharingdans from the first jar were in front of him floating, and the whole thing looked like a tree. The black energy was like branches, and the eyes were like fruits, glowing fruits. Yami tried to take the devouring energy back, but it was as if he had no control over this. Instead, the black tree in front of him started spreading. The black wisps of devouring energy started moving toward the other jars. Yami wanted to stop that from happening by taking his hand away, but even that didn't work as the wisps were still moving toward the other jars. Yami came to the conclusion that whatever was happening, he didn't have any idea how to stop it and could only pray that it better be a good thing rather than God knows which curse. In the next 30 seconds, the tree had become 3 times bigger than it was before. All the Sharingdans that he had stored were part of that tree now and were glowing. Yami even tried to cut one of the black branches with a chakra-covered kunai, but the kunai went through it and did nothing, as if the black energy and chakra were in a different reality altogether. After a few minutes, Yami started to feel tired. Having the devouring law activated for so long really took a toll on him. He never thought that even this had a limit as to how much time can it be activated, just like chakra. His chakra core did nothing to remediate that, which Yami found really odd. All the glowing eyes suddenly turned gray in color and everything just stopped. The gray and black Sharingdans could blend as if they would just collapse and turn into ash the very next second. The eyes started coming together, and just when Yami thought the eyes would touch each other, they merged. All the eyes started merging into each other, and as one merged into another, the merged one would become a little darker. Things kept unfolding in front of Yami, and he had no other option than to watch. In the end, only 2 eyes were left. Just when Yami thought all this was over, the 2 eyes also started merging into each other and formed one single black ball. Yami could tell that it wasn't just black, but it was endless. Even when he tried to concentrate and see what was in the black eyes ball, he felt a chill run down his spine. The black ball moved closer to him. Yami thought the ball would merge into his body like it did with each other and increase his strength or his Sharingan abilities. But nothing like that happened. Instead, the small spike-like things appeared on one side of the ball which was facing Yami, and the spikes pierced Yami's left eye. Arghhh, Yami shouted. He had never felt such pain before. Having a couple of spikes stabbed into his eyes was not the kind or level of pain Yami was ready for. He wanted to move back, but the ball came closer and entered Yami's left eye socket. It wanted to replace my left eye. Yami realized. The black ball had destroyed his left eye and took its place. Yami cursed at the black ball as it was less painful to remove his eye by himself. As the eye rested in his left eye socket, the blood around his eyes started going back into his eyes. He then felt a different but painful sensation, where he felt someone was carving something on the surface of his eye. He quickly unsheathed his sword and looked at the reflection of his left eye, and he was right, something was being etched on his eye. He recognized it instantly as it was the same symbol that was on his left wrist. The symbol of devouring law. Yami didn't feel his Sharingan strengthen, nor did he feel his body strengthen, but he had a smile on his face. As soon as the symbol was etched on the eye, the function that the eye could perform was instantly shown in his memory. At first I could only devour bodies of people, now I can devour their souls as well. I don't know what are the uses of making my soul stronger, but I will take anything I receive. After taking so much pain, this is something I deserve. Yami muttered. Yami then looked at the bodies from the first scroll. He wanted to touch and devour it, but just as he showed the intention of devouring it, a vacuum appeared from his left eye and flesh started tearing off from the person's body, and along with blood it disappeared inside the vacuum. This looks a lot like Kamui that Obito does. Yami thought. He wanted to feel his soul strengthen, but then another piece of info appeared in his mind. One that told him once a person dies, their soul is dissipated within the hour. All the fatigue that Yami was feeling vanished after devouring the bodies. Like the devouring from his hands, not even ash was left of them. Yami then looked at the scroll in front of him and sighed, I still have to learn Scorch Style. He sat down, and without him even realizing, his left eye became normal and looked like his usual blue eyes. Chapter 150, Pakura's Will. Yami sat down and started reading the Scorch Style scroll. At first, he didn't understand what was written. The only thing Pakura wrote about was using his fire and wind to their extreme and creating a form of stability between them to make it tangible. Yami tried mixing his air and fire a few times, which ended up creating small fire tornadoes, but he couldn't mix them properly. I should stop thinking like Pakura and form a theory of my own, Yami thought. Yami created a ball of fire and tried to cover it with the wind. The fire started flaming out of the sphere from time to time, but Yami did his best to keep it inside the sphere. He then compressed the entire sphere. He felt some resistance from the fire, but he could see that the red and yellowish fire was becoming yellowish. It had also started to become opaque. Yami then compressed it more, but the stability was lost and the entire sphere burst, making Yami fall back. I almost had it. Yami groaned as he saw the torches in the cave flicker due to the sudden burst of wind. He then stood up, dusting his clothes, and his sight landed on the ground around him. He saw that there were some patches where the ground had melted. A smile appeared on Yami's face. Looks like I didn't fail completely. But the melting of the ground only means the fire was hotter than normal. Scorch Style had the power to instantly vaporize the water content from anything, is it the ground or a human body? Yami understood that he had a long way to go. Pakura was able to create spheres of Scorch Style instantly. Yami lifted his arm to create another sphere, but noticed that his kimono had small holes. They looked like they were burned. Yami had a doubt in his mind, so he instantly removed his kimono and saw that some splashes of that condensed fire had fallen on him as well. He touched the skin where it had fallen and saw only the hair had burned. His skin was still normal. It hadn't even reddened in the slightest. Yami was impressed by the fact that his own skin had become such strong. Where even the hard ground could melt, he didn't even feel a small amount of stinging pain from the splashes. Yami thought that he wasn't capable of feeling pain, so he pinched himself hard, and he was proved wrong. He could feel pain, but the one to inflict it must be as strong as Yami. Yami decided to take a rest for a few minutes and took out a lunchbox from a storage scroll. While he was eating, he was thinking of new ways to condense his fire more. One of the things that could prove as a challenge would be to make the spheres float around him as Pakura did. She had not written anything about it. Either there was another scroll for that, or she was killed before she could write it down. This could mean that even Pakura believed that she hadn't completely mastered Scorch Style. Maybe I shouldn't try to make spheres like her. I have a chakra core which she didn't. Once my body gets used to creating the stability between fire and wind, I won't have to focus much. For the next few hours, Yami kept trying. He did fail a few times, but now creating the opaque fire required no more than 4 seconds. Yami also wanted to check the limit of his body, so he decided to poke his finger into the sphere. Yami subconsciously reached out his left hand and touched the sphere. He expected a small amount of pain or at least a tingling sensation, but what happened made him pull back his hand. Just as Yami inserted his finger into the sphere of fire, the entire sphere turned black and was covered with dark purple flames. He didn't realize that his own eye turned black and the tattoo of devouring law on his eyeball also glowed dimly. What the heck, Yami thought as he was surprised. The devouring law never interfered with chakra, then why now? He also felt his left eye was different and realized that it must be the black eyeball. He had now started feeling the difference between when he had his normal eyes to when he had his Sharingan active, but now this feeling of the black eyeball was totally different. Yami tried a few times, and after 30 minutes he was able to freely switch between his normal eyes, his Sharingan, and his black eyeball. Yami wanted to name the eyeball, but he couldn't think of anything good. I have terrible naming sense, so please do it for me. I might select one of your suggestions. Yami then activated his black eyeball and ignited fire in his hands. And just as he thought, the fire wasn't black but purple. It looked back in the sphere because it was compressed. Yami sighed as he said, and I thought I got Amaterasu. I wasn't that lucky. Yami then compressed this purple fire of his, and sure, the stability formed instantly. He didn't even have to make much effort to maintain it. The only difference was that he could float those spheres in the air. They had to be on top of his palm. Yami moved his palm closer and circled his hand around the sphere as if holding a solid black ball. He felt that the chakra core was supplying chakra more efficiently as it connected the black ball through the skin pores. Yami kept practicing like this for the next few weeks. He made sure not to overexhaust himself. He had enough food packed to last 3 months, so he didn't even feel the need to go out of the shrine. Yami had the habit of packing such supplies in large numbers while going on a mission, and he figured that this may be the best use for them. After 2.5 weeks, Yami, who was sitting on the ground in the middle of the shrine, opened his eyes. One eye was the 3-tomo Sharingan, and the other one was the black eyeball with the devouring law tattoo glowing a little brighter than the first time he got it. Just then, rustling sound could be heard behind Yami, and 4 black tentacles appeared from behind his back. Shhhhhh. Just as one of the tentacles' edges touched the surface of the ground, a small but clean cut was created, but this cut looked like the soil that hadn't melted but evaporated in an instant. Chapter 151, Village on Edge. Yami was happy with the progress he made. He had achieved way more than he bargained for. At first the devouring eyeball, and now scorch style with way more powerful. He now felt that the only weak link in his overall strength now would be his Genjutsu. He remembered that Kurenai had 1 scroll, but he needed to be of a certain age to even be eligible to open the scroll. Yami took back the 4 tentacles and stood up. He touched his back with his right hand. He felt many lacerations on his back. All these were caused in the past few days. When he first developed the tentacles, it was only 1, and it was on his chest. But due to his hands, the tentacle couldn't move freely, and Yami came to the conclusion that an arrangement like this will also block his own vision. So he decided to make the tentacle on his back. Surprisingly, it was easy to do that. Due to the biggest chakra vein going through his spine, Yami was easily able to create a tentacle. But he was using more power than necessary, which caused the tentacle to go out of control from time to time. Whenever that happened, some part of the tentacle would touch Yami's back, giving him a good amount of pain and injuries. Yami could have easily gotten rid of these lacerations by devouring a few bodies, but he wanted to see how strong his healing capabilities are. As he expected, the wounds healed within 2 to 3 days without giving much care, but the scars were still visible. Yami walked to the side, pulled out a corpse from the storage scroll, and devoured it. The scars on his body instantly disappeared. The whole process was as smooth as eating an apple or a dango. In his entire life, Yami had never thought he would handle the bloody corpses of people in such a way. Yami had accepted the fact that this is how this world was, and this is how he will live in it. Not as a prey, but as a predator and someone who is at the top of the food chain. Now, by achieving the power of Scorch Style and even upgrading it with the help of his devouring law, Yami was confident enough to fight some members of the Akatsuki. A few years ago, Yami thought that his age would be a big problem for him, as he would be a kid when the war starts. He knew the war was inevitable, and he wanted to try his best to postpone it. But now Yami looked same like his brother, maybe even more matured. His physical body, which he thought would become his biggest weakness, was now his biggest strength, all due to the power of devouring law. Yami changed his clothes and burned away the old ones. He also destroyed the scroll which contained writings about Scorch style. He had understood why Pakura had created only the basic scroll of Scorch style. Even he could feel that this was just the start and he could evolve it into something truly terrifying, but it wasn't going to happen until Yami's mastery over Scorch style is high. After changing his clothes, Yami left the shrine. He first went and checked whether the barrier had any claw marks just like those he saw while he was coming. The entire barrier was intact and there was no reason to worry. As Yami reached his home, he saw that the house was locked from the outside. Yami knew where Sasuke hid the spare key, so he opened the door with it and went inside. Seeing the state of the house, Yami was convinced that Sasuke hadn't come home in quite a while. Looks like he is training and staying with Kakashi. Yami thought as he created a shadow clone. The shadow clone didn't ask anything and just left the house. Yami went in his room and slept. As he woke up a few hours later, he saw that a scroll was lying beside him and the shadow clone was nowhere to be seen. The scroll was the same scroll he had kept in the forest for Mako. Yami opened the scroll and a smile appeared on his face. The scroll contained the two addresses. After reading the two of them, Yami burned the scroll. Mako had been more than useful to him than he had imagined. Yami decided to go out of the Uchiha compound and roam the village to see how the preparations of the Chunin's exam's last round have been going. There were still a few days left for the final round to begin. Yami had been waiting for that day to come and he had a few plans himself to execute. Yami freshened up and left the Uchiha compound. As he entered the market area, he noticed that the number of shinobis guarding the market were more than usual. He dismissed his doubts, thinking that it may be because of the Chunin exams. He also saw the mood of the people seemed a little down. They weren't sad or angry, just on edge. Yami also sensed Umbu's presence in some alleys of the village. Something happened while I was in seclusion. It doesn't seem like the invasion plan started early. Yami was thinking when he heard someone call him from behind. He turned back and saw Lee running toward him. "Why, Yami, you have finally come out of seclusion," Lee said as he tried to catch his breath. Yami looked confused as he asked, "What's the matter? What happened in the village while I was gone?" Yami normally wouldn't barrage anyone with questions, but the situation called for it. Lee didn't answer his questions and said, "There is no time for all that. Come with me to the Hyuga compound. I will tell you everything when we go there." He started running in the direction of the Hyuga compound. This idiot. Yami got irritated by this, but followed Lee nonetheless. Chapter 152, Cloud Casualties. Market to get alarmed by someone unknown, body flickering out. In normal times, using such a technique would be fine, but in times of emergency, which he knew was now, only those who have received official missions are allowed to freely use ninjutsu on civilian roads. Running behind Lee, Yami reached the gate of the Hyuga compound. He saw that the number of shinobis here was way more. Yami tried hard to remember if anything like this happened in the canon, but he couldn't. The Hyuga clan was a relatively peaceful clan except for oppressing the branch family, so they didn't have any conflicts with other clans. Yami came to the conclusion that whatever has happened is new. They both made their way toward the main compound where the head of the clan and his family lives. At the gates of the compound, Yami saw Niji and Guy were already standing. Niji, who was always serious, had a gloomy face. Even the ever-happy Guy looked worried. As Guy saw Yami come, he said, "Yami, it's good that you are here. I was going to ask Kakashi to interrupt your seclusion training." Yami didn't understand why Guy, who was always encouraging them to train more, would say such a thing. "Why, Guy-sensei? Is something the matter?" Guy nodded and looked at Niji, who understood that it was his chance to explain. 5 days ago, the outposts on the northeast side of the Land of Fire were attacked. The first thing that came to Yami's mind while hearing this was the Land of Lightning. To the east of the Land of Fire was the Land of Hot Water, and after that was the ocean. The Land of Lightning was beyond the ocean, but they had a good enough navy to cross the ocean and attack the Land of Fire. Seeing Yami's mind run at full speed, Guy stopped him. "It's not what you were thinking. It wasn't the land of lightning. Before Yami could express his surprise on this matter, Niji said, "We don't think the one that attacked was even a human." Yami's eyes widened as he heard this. Did they get attacked by white Zetsus? Did the timeline get prepawned for some reason? Questions started arising in Yami's mind, but Niji's next statement cleared all those thoughts and put him in a whole new thought. What attacked them seemed like a big animal. One that has never been seen. We don't know much about it, but many people died in the attack. Luckily, those outposts that had people from our clan realized the danger earlier than expected and quickly decided to take the necessary measures. Still, a couple of people from the Fire Daimyo and many people from the Lightning Daimyo died. 3 Chunins and 1 Jonins of our village have serious injuries, and luckily we didn't have any casualties. They are all in the main house for treatment as their injuries are unlike ever seen and they are in a comatose state because of some toxin. The loss of the Lightning Daimyo's side is way too much as compared to us, but we both lands have decided to keep this matter under wraps just like they did during the Forest of Death incident. Right now all the civilians have been told that some members of a bandit group could have come inside the village or maybe roaming around the village. Guy said. Yami nodded in understanding and said that explains why the civilians are on edge. That is a bad move. A big animal won't roam around in the village in plain sight. They should have kept the whole thing hidden. Niji shook his head and said no, that would have been impossible. I have heard that an information broker sold the info to a few wealthy merchants that a big fight occurred and many cloud shinobis died at the border of the Land of Fire. There were just cloud shinobis on the battlefield, so he must have assumed it was a fight between shinobis and bandits. To stop anyone from figuring out the real story, the higher-ups decided to let the bandits in the village story flare, and it worked as well. No one knows that it was an animal. Yami was bored by such a long explanation. But he knew Niji preferred to do things with discipline, so he just sighed. The chances of the information broker being Kabuto is low. He wouldn't give out such information knowing full well that this could put the security around the village on alert, and if things get out of hand, the last round of the Chunin exams could be cancelled as well. Enough with all this discussion, let's just go in. Kakashi and his squad are already in. Guy said. So Sasuke is already inside. Why are the Genins inside? Does it have something to do with the Forest of Death incident? Yami thought. As they entered, Yami saw a few doctors huddling in front of a room on the left side. On the right side stood Kurenai with her squad, Asuma with his, and Kakashi with his. Seeing Yami, Sasuke waved his hand calling him there. Yami nodded and walked toward his brother along with his team. So how was your seclusion? Sasuke asked. He tried his best to hide the excited tone in his voice, but Kakashi and Yami saw through it instantly. Before Yami could reply, Naruto quickly ran up to Yami's face and asked, "Did you learn any new jutsus?" Yami took a step back, trying to distance himself from Naruto, and said no. Nothing new, Naruto. I have more than enough jutsus in my arsenal. Naruto groaned at this and was about to ask something, but Ino just punched him on the head and said, "Give others a chance to speak as well." She then looked at Sakura, who was about to do the same thing, and said, "Hey Billboard, can't you keep your teammate under control?" Sakura wanted to roast Ino as well as beat up Sakura because she had to hear in front of everyone because of this idiot. Ino made a cute expression to ask to inquire about Yami, but Yami looked back and the door of the main house. Ino also gazed in that direction but saw no one was at the door. She was about to ask him about it, but then 3 men walked out. These 3 were none other than Hayashi Hyuga, his father, and the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hayashi's father, who was speaking to Hiruzen, suddenly stopped talking in the middle of the conversation and looked at Yami with his Byakugan activated. Chapter 153, The Toxin. Just as the Hyuga elder activated his Byakugan and looked at Yami, Hayashi and Hiruzen flinched. They followed his gaze, and it was on Yami, who was also looking at them. Most people thought that the Hyuga elder was looking at all the Genins and not Yami, but some people like Hayashi, Hiruzen, and Yami knew the truth. "Father, what is it?" Hayashi asked. He knew his father always behaved composed, then why would he suddenly act like this in front of everyone? The Hyuga elder stared at Yami for a few seconds, and so did Yami. Yami hadn't activated his Sharingan, as that would seem rude, but he wasn't going to back out from a staring contest. The Hyuga elder, who heard his own son questioning him, deactivated his Byakugan and said, "It's nothing. I was just checking if any of these kids have the toxin in them or not." Seeing that his father didn't want to tell the truth, Hayashi also didn't push it. Hiruzen also decided not to ask him, as he had known the Hyuga elder for decades now. The Hyuga elder wasn't one to make rash decisions until the situation called for it. The Hyuga elder looked at Hiruzen and nodded, which meant to say, "I will tell you in due time." The Hyuga elder then looked at the 4 Genin squads and their instructors who were standing with Yami and said, "All of you come in." Choji looked at Asuma and asked, "How are we involved in all this?" Asuma patted the fatty's head and said, "The toxin affects the chakra pathways, not the bloodstream. The elder wants to make sure that during the second test in the Forest of Death, none of you got infected by the poison." Shikamaru put his arm around Choji's shoulder and said, "Although none of us have shown any symptoms for the past few weeks, it is still better to be completely sure about this, and since they hardly know anything about the toxin, they don't know if small quantities have an effect or not. You catch on quick, let's go now," Kurenai said as she and her squad took the lead. They entered the house. Yami along with his squad also followed them. One question that Yami had from the start was, why are the people brought here instead of Konoha Hospital, and Shikamaru had answered that question of his without realizing it. The toxin affected the person's chakra pathway, and who better to explore a person's chakra pathway rather than a Hyuga? As they entered the house, many were shocked to see the interior, especially Naruto and Kiba. It was as traditional and simplistic as it could be. Not even a speck of dust could be seen or any kind of a mess. Naruto felt a little embarrassed seeing this house and remembering the state in which he left his house this morning. Naruto had been busy bothering Jiraiya the past week. Yami had completely forgotten about the Toad Sage Jiraiya's arrival. "Please everyone have a seat," one of the maids said to the group, and everyone sat down against the wall on the mattress. "This is so soft," Naruto said while squishing the soft mattress under him. "Shut up, idiot, and stay quiet. Don't you see this is serious?" Sakura berated him as always. Hiruzen could help but smile a little seeing Naruto like this. He knew Naruto wasn't one who could sit in one place quietly. 3 Hyuga doctors came out of a room and bowed toward Hayashi, his father, and Hiruzen. The elder nodded and said these kids were there during the exam. Test them to see whether they have any traces of poison in their chakra pathways. The doctors looked at Shino, who was sitting closest to them, and said, "Come on in, kid." Shino was about to get up, but then sounds of running could be heard from the room at the end of the corridor. It was a maid, and she was panting. "Elder, Yazu has woken up." All 3 instantly stood up. Hayashi looked at Hiruzen and said, "Should we go in and talk to him?" Hiruzen thought for a second as he glanced at the genin sitting and said, "Bring him here. There is a chance that he must have noticed something that the kids must have noticed in the forest. Let them also hear what he says." Hayashi was hesitant about this, as the matter was of utmost importance, and telling such a thing in front of those who became genins a few months ago didn't sit quite right with him. On the other hand, he knew what Hiruzen said was right, and if the kids could connect some doubts that could trigger a memory, then they would be a step closer to solving this mystery. "Take a few guards with you and bring Yazu along with the bed here. Don't let him stress himself out much." "As you say, Lord Hayashi," the maid nodded and went back to the room followed by 2 guards. "How is the condition of the other 3? Hiruzen asked. The Hyuga elder shook his head and said, "Yazu is a Jonin, which is why we were most optimistic about him waking up, but the other 3 are Chunins and they have multiple injuries as well. It might still take a week or 2 for them to show any results. We can't say for sure that they will survive. If..." The Hyuga elder stopped as he looked at Hiruzen. Hiruzen understood what he meant and said, "Yes, if Tsunade were here, we would have found something that could help." As they were speaking, the sound of wheels rolling could be heard. Yami along with the rest turned their heads to see the guards and the maid bringing in a hospital bed on wheels. A saline bottle was connected to the patient. A man wearing a doctor's coat and a mask could be seen standing behind the bed. Hayashi looked at the doctor and asked, "How is he now?" The doctor shook his head and said, "Him even being awake is a miracle, Lord Hayashi. We can't give him any medicine as the toxin flares up instantly. The toxin seems to be reducing little by little on its own, but not before destroying his chakra pathway. I can't even guarantee that this is even a toxin. It's like the animal's chakra is destroying his chakra." Chapter 154, Yasu's Cowardice. As Hayashi and the Hyuga elder heard this, they looked at Hiruzen. They meant to ask whether Hiruzen had read or heard about something like this from the secret records or from the previous Hokages. But to their disappointment, Hiruzen shook his head and said, "This is the first time I am hearing about this. Even the animal is something new for me." Kurenai, who was at the side, quickly asked, "Hokage-sama, do you think this could be someone summoning animal?" Hiruzen nodded and said, "That is the only theory that makes sense, Kurenai. When an animal is summoned and its summoner dies, sometimes the animal cannot go back to its realm. I haven't heard of such a summoning animal in my entire life." Kakashi said absent-mindedly. Kakashi used to be an umbu, and so he had read way more books than other jonins and he had more access to knowledge than them, but still, it was less than what Hiruzen processed. If the man who is famously called the Professor is at his depth in this matter, he saw no use in digging through his umbu books. "H. Hokage-sama, L. Lord H. Hayashi," a weak voice pulled everyone's attention toward him. This voice belonged to Yasu, who was lying on the bed. His face looked pale as if he had lost all signs of life, but his shivering hands and half-open eyelids were enough to show everyone that he hadn't died yet. Hiruzen, Hayashi, and the elder walked closer to the hospital bed. Hiruzen gave a pity smile and asked Yasu, "How do you feel? Is there anything you need?" Yasu shook his head slowly and said, I cannot move my body, Hokage-sama. Except for my head, I cannot feel anything." Hiruzen looked at the doctor, who said, "His muscles have become stiff. We estimate that they may come back to normal in a few weeks." Yasu then looked at Hiruzen and asked, "What about the others, Hokage-sama? Were they able to outrun that thing?" Hiruzen shook his head and said, "No, they are in the same state as you, or even worse. Do you remember what happened?" A tear dropped from Yasu's eye and trickled down to the below under his head as he said, "I can't forget even if I want to. We were guarding the outposts near the border of the Land of Fire. We had 2 teams of Cloud Shinobi with us as well. They had been guarding it as it would be the exit point for the Lightning Daimyo. The security was pretty lax as we hardly faced anyone except a few small bandit groups. This time it was the Hyuga elder who came forward as he spoke. If everything was under control, how did things get out of hand so fast?" Yasu continued his story as he said, "From time to time we used to use our Byakugan just to be sure. And at that moment one of our Chunins found a chakra signature moving toward us. He came to my office to tell me. At first, I thought he was exaggerating when he said the chakra signature was brighter than a Kage-level shinobi. But still, as a fellow Hyuga, I activated my Byakugan and looked at it as well, and he was right. The chakra signature was more denser and brighter than a Kage-level shinobi, and it was moving toward the border outposts with great speed." Yasu then looked to the side a little as if hiding his face in embarrassment. Hayashi frowned at this behavior and asked, "What happened next, Yasu?" Hayashi asked in a slightly demanding tone, as if asking as the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. Yasu looked at Hayashi's eyes in slight fear and sighed. "Just by seeing such a strong chakra signature, I was terrified. This was not someone could fake. The only thing that came to my mind with such power was a tailed beast. I knew that I wouldn't stand a chance, so I ordered everyone to vacate the outpost." When Yasu said the word tailed beast, Kurenai and Asuma's eyes widened and they slightly glanced at Naruto for a brief second. As they were sitting behind their students, none of the genins noticed this. "How could you?" the Hyuga elder said as he grit his teeth. Running away while the enemy is coming toward them was a cowardly move in the eyes of someone like the Hyuga elder, but everyone else understood that this move saved Yasu and others' lives. Hayashi signaled his father to calm down and looked back at Yasu and asked what happened after that. Yasu felt a little relieved after seeing that Hayashi and Hiruzen didn't outrage after hearing his decision. "The ones with me got ready to leave, but the Cloud Shinobis wanted to fight. They thought we were exaggerating and stayed at the outpost. As we were leaving, we heard many screams from the outpost and also saw many lightning jutsus go off. I thought the animal must have been heavily injured or even dead by the number of jutsus that I saw, but when I looked I saw that the chakra signatures of all the cloud ninjas were vanishing at a fast pace and the animal's chakra signature was moving fast between the outposts. He then started coming toward us. I and the Chunins with me split into different directions thinking that it would come to find us individually, but that's where we were wrong. The beast started hunting us one by one. We realized that it was tracking us using our chakra signature as well. Hiruzen frowned as he heard that and asked, then why didn't it kill you or the Chunins? A sad smile appeared on Yasu's face as he said, because we didn't attack him. We were focused on escaping rather than fighting. We weren't worthy for him to even kill us. I saw with my Byakugan he would go near a chakra signature and after a few seconds the chakra signature would become gray instead of blue and then he would move on. The doctor interjected in between and said, Hokage-sama, all four who had the toxin in the system, their chakra signatures looked gray instead of the usual blue. Now Hiruzen asked the most important question. One that everyone was waiting for: how did the animal look? Horror could be seen in Yasu's eyes as he heard that. He took a deep breath and said, Chapter 155, The Fear of the Unknown. The animal was something I have never seen in my life nor in my nightmares. Hayashi and Hiruzen felt a little odd seeing the horror on Yasu's face. He was no newbie who would get scared so easily. There must have been something that made him like this. Yasu continued to explain as he said it was as big as a single-storied building and its skin was silver and black in color. Its claws were big and were black in color. It had a big mouth and its big teeth were easily visible. It had a purple tongue and a long tail with a red stinger at the end. The stinger looked like a big ruby crystal that was pointed at the end. The animal had cat-like eyes and gills on both sides of his face. When I saw him I did have the idea to attack his underbelly as it seemed like the weakest part, but when the animal jumped from above me I saw that there were black spikes on his underbelly. The entire thing looked like spiked armor, so I abandoned my plan to attack it. I knew that using any of the techniques that I knew on him would be a waste, so I started running and changed directions randomly. At that time I didn't know that he could sense my chakra signature as well. When he caught up to me, I attacked him with kunais and shuriken, but they couldn't even pierce his skin. He didn't even seem bothered by it. He then came closer to me and his stinger pierced my stomach. The animal remained calm without making any kind of noise or howling the whole time. After piercing the stinger, he waited for a few seconds as if trying to find something inside my body with his stinger. Then he grunted as he looked at me, pulled out the stinger, and slapped my body away with it. Yasu told the entire story patiently and looked at the expressions of the three old men, but to his surprise, they weren't horrified, only confused. Hayashi looked at his father and asked, "Is there any mention of such an animal?" The Hyuga elder shook his head and didn't say anything. There was complete silence in the room. They all tried to picture the monster in their head, but they couldn't think of anything. Even Yami, who had memories of his previous life, had never heard of such a monster. At first, Yami thought that the monster must be from some other universe. For once Yami was getting excited that maybe someone from a different universe he knew about had come here, but to his disappointment, it was nothing like that. Hayashi told the maid and the guards to take Yasu back into the room and then looked at the genins and asked, "Have you seen anything like this in the Forest of Death?" The genins looked at each other and shook their heads. Hiruzen then looked at the doctor and said, "Take a look at the kids and confirm whether they have the poison in them or not." They knew that they didn't need to go in and get tested one by one, but can be easily tested as the toxin makes one's chakra signature appear gray in color. The doctor activated his Byakugan and glanced at each genin and the jonin standing behind them for a couple of seconds each. His attention stopped when he looked in Naruto's direction. He was about to say something, but Hiruzen put his hand on the doctor's shoulder and asked in clear words, "Did any of their chakra appear to be gray in color?" Hiruzen squeezed the doctor's shoulder a little and the doctor understood that the only thing he needs to answer is whether anyone has a gray chakra signature and nothing more than that. He gulped his saliva and said, "In no Hokage-sama. None of them seem to have the toxin in their body." Hiruzen gave a fake smile and looked at the Genins. All of you go and train. It's a relief that all of you are safe and there is nothing to worry about. And those who are participating in the third round, all the best. I will be waiting to see your performance in the finals. Hee hee, don't worry Gigi, I will make sure to defeat everyone in the competition. Naruto declared. The solemn mood of the entire room just changed in an instant. Is that so, Naruto? Then I will have to see what you do. Hiruzen said and motioned the Genins to go but their Jonin instructors to stay. Yami didn't want to leave and wanted to hear more about this incident, but he couldn't do anything about it. While entering the house he saw that there were seals on the walls and he knew that these seals wouldn't let him hear anything happening inside even with his enhanced hearing. After Yami and the others left, Hiruzen looked up toward one of the Umbu guarding him and said, "Have Inoichi come here." The Umbu just nodded and body flickered out. Everyone except the Genins was aware of the Umbu hidden in the ceiling. Even Yami could hear the Umbu breathing, but it was an obvious thing that the Umbus will be protecting Hiruzen even if he is in the Hyuga clan's main house. Do you not trust what Yazu said now? Hayashi asked Hiruzen. He wasn't offended by this, just curious. Hiruzen looked in the direction of Yazu's team and said, when you hear something so obnoxious then it is hard to believe. An animal that was never seen or known for so many eras just appears and attacks a village's exam and then random ninjas near the border. We can't trust something like this blindly. Everyone nodded as they heard his reasoning and they were convinced by it as well. With the explanation that Yazu had just given, it didn't sound like a summoning animal at all. Hiruzen then asked the doctor, what did you see? Chapter 156, The Curious Hyuga. Before the doctor could speak, the Hyuga elder said, Hokage-sama, we all know that the kid has the 9 tails in him. He must have definitely appeared differently than the others. I don't think this is much of a problem. Hayashi and the Jonin instructors also nodded as they felt the same. The fact that Naruto was the 9 tails Jinchuriki was no big news to any of them and they didn't react much to the news as well. Hiruzen shook his head and said, all of you noticed wrong. The doctor didn't react after seeing Naruto but after seeing the one who was standing behind Naruto. Everyone was trying to recollect who was standing behind Naruto from the doctor's point of view and then Asuma said, do you mean Yami Uchiha? To which Hiruzen nodded. Hiruzen then looked at the doctor to explain further. He himself was curious as to what the doctor saw, but as someone who has lived for so long, Hiruzen was able to control his curiosity. The doctor nodded and said, I am well aware of Naruto having the 9 tails inside him, so I was ready to see something different. Naruto was normal according to a Jinchuriki and his seal is also intact. There is no leakage of the fox's chakra into his, which is a good thing, and Naruto being an Uzumaki is blessed with a big chakra pool. I then moved on to look at Yami Uchiha. What I saw was that his chakra paths are more complex and bifurcated than normal. Are you saying that he has more chakra veins? How is that possible? I have heard and seen people with less and even block or wider chakra veins, but never with more. Hayashi said, but then he looked at his father and asked, when we were all outside, you looked at Yami with your Byakugan active. Did you also see the same thing? The Hyuga elder shook his head and said my reason for activating the Byakugan was different. I had gotten the news that Yami had released his killing intent during the preliminaries. I wanted to see what kind of a 9-year-old is capable of doing this. I didn't see his chakra pathways because I was focused on his Sharingan. He is 9 years old and he already has 3 tomo. I didn't believe it when Niji told me, but his Sharingan feels different from what I have seen from other Uchiha members. What do you mean different? Guy asked. As Yami's sensei, he must know the most about his student, but Yami was someone who had many other fighting styles other than taijutsu, so Guy could never focus completely on him and left him to do his own training. Yami would only come for training when he wanted to train in taijutsu. I can't point it out, but it definitely feels different. The elder then turned to the doctor and said, if what you are saying is true, then that could explain why he is so strong. His body is being nourished by chakra way more times than ours. The doctor nodded and said, yes, elder, what you are saying is right, and I also noticed that near his heart there is something that is able to handle the amount of chakra he needs. It is as if there is something that is creating chakra at an exponential rate. Everyone was a little surprised as they heard this. They all just assumed that he has a massive chakra pool like Naruto. They would never have thought that the Thing Doctor was talking about Yami's chakra core. Everyone has their own secrets. Let's not pry too much into this. We need to get more information about this animal. Tighten the security around the village. We must not let anything interfere with the Chunin exams as long as the Kazekage is here. Hiruzen said and then looked at the door. He saw the Umbu he had sent come with Inoichi. In an unknown village, 2 people were walking with hoodies covering their heads. There were many mercenaries in the village, so these 2 didn't garner too much attention. One of the hooded figures looked at the other and asked, "Are you sure they are here?" Zabuza looked at Haku in the oversized hoodie and said yes. The last village's casino manager said that the 2 women and a pig came in this direction. He also confirmed that she lost quite a lot of money and ran away when the debtors came to ask for money. We had to give him quite the sum to get this info. It better be right. Zabuza removed the hood over his head. He was completely different from what he used to be. He had removed the Mist Shinobi headband and also the tapes on his body. The past few months of training and peace had removed the smell of blood that reeked from him. He looked like a veteran mercenary, and that was what he wanted everyone to believe. Zabuza then stopped a man and asked, "Excuse me, do you know where the casino or bar in this village is?" The man in his 40s looked at Zabuza up and down and said, "Take the second left from here, and the third motel, which reeks of alcohol, is where all the mercenaries go to drink and gamble." The man said with a little disgust in his voice, but Zabuza nodded and left. He then looked at Haku and said, "It is really hard behaving like a nice person. I don't know how you do it." I wanted to punch that man's face for talking like that to me. Zabuza snorted, to which Haku giggled. They followed the man's directions and soon reached the front of a motel that had the photo of sake and money printed on the walls. The smell of alcohol was strong and it was spread throughout that street. "Let's go, and remember, don't drink what they give you like last time," Zabuza reminded Haku, to which he looked down in embarrassment. Chapter 157, Meeting the Sannin. As Zabuza and Haku entered the motel, they saw many people sitting around at the tables drinking, eating, and enjoying themselves. They were definitely noisy to the extent that Zabuza had to take a deep breath to calm himself down. As they were looking around, a woman in her 30s came toward them and asked, "Welcome travelers, what would you like to have?" Haku hesitated and asked, "What is the specialty of your inn?" Seeing Haku and hearing his soft voice, the woman, like others, mistakenly took him as a girl. She bent down a little and said, "Aren't you a sweet flower? We have ramen, soup, dango, and even pork buns. What would you like to have?" Haku looked at Zabuza and asked, "Can I take a few pork buns?" Zabuza and Haku had traveled a lot for the past few days, so Zabuza nodded and then looked at the woman and asked, "Get her some pork buns." "Do you have a gambling den?" Zabuza asked the last part in a low voice. While traveling, he had noticed that the inns preferred to keep gambling a little hidden, as the people playing didn't want to become targets of bandits or greedy mercenaries. Seeing the cute Haku with him, the woman didn't think that Zabuza would be a bandit or a mercenary, so she said, "We do. Please follow me to the back rooms of the inn." Haku and Zabuza followed her. As they were walking, they saw that she had led them into a corridor that had multiple doors on both sides, but only the last door on the left had 2 people outside. Those 2 looked like guards, so Zabuza figured that this must be the room where wealthy merchants gambled. As they reached near the door where the guards stood, the woman nodded at them and they stepped aside. The woman opened the door and went in while signaling Zabuza to come in as well. As they entered, they saw various different groups sitting and gambling. They all looked like merchants, and the room was as big as the main dining hall. The other doors must have been just for show. The amount of money I see on the tables right now is more than enough to run this entire village nicely for almost a decade. As Zabuza was thinking, something bumped into his leg. As he looked down, he saw that it was a pig wearing a maroon jacket and a pearl necklace. Zabuza quickly recognized it as the pig Yami had mentioned in the letter. He picked up Tun Tun and looked at it from every angle. When he first read about this, he thought that a pig with the legendary Sannin and her disciple must be a monster masquerading as a normal pig, but now when he looked at it properly it looked like nothing but a delicious pig. Tun Tun quickly realized what was going inside Zabuza's mind just by seeing him gulp down his saliva. She quickly started squeaking and calling for help. And in the next few seconds, the black-haired Shizun wearing a dark brown colored kimono came towards Zabuza running. Zabuza hadn't held Tun Tun in a firm grip, so Shizun was able to take her from him and press the scared Tun Tun to her flat chest. "Where had you run off to? I told you many times not to do that." She started berating the scared pig, who was almost in tears. "Excuse me, are you Shizun?" Haku asked. Seeing that her name was called Shizun looked at Haku and said, "How do you know?" Before Haku could say anything, a table came flying towards Zabuza. He quickly dodged it easily and looked in the direction it came from. "Shizun, run, they must be sent by our debtors from the previous village." A shout was heard. When Shizun heard this, her eyes widened and she was about to run when Zabuza held her hand and said, "We are not sent by the debtors, but by someone else." Shizun stopped, and so did the figure that had started running. Tsunade and Shizun weren't running from the debtors in fear of getting beat up. Tsunade was one of the strongest kunoichi and Shizun was also her disciple. "And oh wait, we aren't sent here by any debtors. We came for something else," Zabuza said as he held Shizun's wrist. Shizun quickly stopped in her tracks and looked at Tsunade, who's still not visible due to the dim lights. Zabuza looked ahead from where he heard Tsunade's voice, and the next second she appeared. Her bust appeared before the rest of her body. She had worn a sleeveless gray kimono and dark blue pants. She put both her hands on her hips and asked, "Then why are you here? And how do you know Shizun?" Zabuza looked around and saw that the woman who brought him and Haku here, as well as the merchants who were playing, were all looking at him. He let go of Shizun's wrist and said, "Can we talk in private?" Seeing that there was no malice in his voice, she nodded slightly and said in a haughty tone, "Follow me." She and Shizun left while Haku and Zabuza followed them. After a few seconds, they reached Tsunade's and Shizun's room. Tsunade sat on the bed and signaled them both to sit on the chairs near the wall. Zabuza knew that even if he wanted, he can't defeat this monstrous woman, and on top of that, if he messes up even a little bit, the little monster would tear him apart. He suddenly felt that the freedom he once loved too much was gone. He then took out a scroll from his kimono. This was the same scroll Yami's messenger bat had swallowed. He proceeded to hand over the scroll to Tsunade. The legendary Sannin was familiar with most of the poisons, so she looked at the scroll for a few seconds and then took it from Zabuza. Without opening the scroll, she asked, "What is this? Who sent you?" Zabuza shook his head and said, "I don't know. I was offered a lot of money to find you and give this to you. We have been tracking you for the past week." Hearing what Zabuza said got Tsunade thinking this kind of scroll is only used by the higher-ups of the clans and the villages. If someone from the village wanted to contact me through scroll, then they would have used Umbu or given Lee Shinobis a mission. Why hire a mercenary? Things seem fishy, but if it is someone who cannot trust the Lee Shinobis, then they would have to contact me in such a method. Looks like I won't get the answers to my questions till I open the scroll. This man looks all neat and clean, but I can smell the blood on him. He must have not killed anyone for a long time, but he is battle-hardened for sure. On the other hand, the girl with him is not a girl, but a boy, but he isn't this guy's son. Chapter 158, Zabuza's Fear. Tsunade had developed a lot of doubts regarding this duo. She could just fight them and by their techniques determine who they are and which village they belong to. It would not be a surprise if this letter was from some other village that needed medical help from Tsunade. She had gotten many such requests. Even recently she had received a request from the Hidden Cloud village, but she denied helping them before even hearing what it was about. Tsunade opened the scroll and started reading it. Shizun and the others just kept looking at her. Even Zabuza and Haku didn't know what was written in the scroll. They all could see the change in expressions on Tsunade's face. At first, it was confusion and then a hint of sadness. By the end of the scroll, it was full-blown anger. Her face had turned red in anger. Shizun had never seen Tsunade this angry. Even Tuntun caved back in Shizun's arm. Tsunade held the scroll so tight that the fingernails had penetrated the paper. As she finished reading the scroll, Tsunade stood up and tore the scroll apart. She then proceeded to punch the biggest part of the scroll, which had fallen on the floor. The entire motel shook by her punch. Haku and Shizun had to take the wall support to keep themselves standing. Zabuza also felt a chill run down his spine. He had never seen such brute strength. The things I have heard about her are real. That bad temper and pure brute strength. I don't think there is any kunoichi in the 5 villages who can defeat her. Maybe Mei from the Terumi clan can fight her, but I don't think she will last long, Zabuza thought. How dare they? Tsunade said while gnashing her teeth. He had the gall to say not to mention this to anyone, after all that has happened under his nose? She muttered. Others were confused as to what this old beat was talking about, but none of them dared to ask her. They suddenly heard someone knock on the door. This brought them all out of their trance. Haku saw that the floor and the walls had deep cracks on them due to the punch. He moved toward the door and opened it. He saw that it was the same woman that had led them to the gambling den. The woman looked at Haku and said in a stern tone, "This is no place to fight. Who will pay for the—" Before she could complete, she saw Tsunade, and seeing her expression even made the woman a bit scared. She gulped her saliva and said, "I will complain to the owner about this," and left. Seeing the angry woman, she didn't want to hang around. She could see that the cracks had developed starting from the front of that woman. Why would she mess with such a strong woman? Seeing that the woman left, Haku closed the door and looked at Shizun. He wanted to know if there was any way to calm Tsunade down. He didn't know what had gotten her angry. Zabuza felt that Tsunade would just kill these two any minute. He could flee as this was a village, but he wasn't sure Haku would be able to escape. He put his hand in his kimono to unseal his sword, but then Shizun said, "What's wrong? Has something happened? Who was the letter from?" Tsunade looked at Shizun and then at Zabuza and Haku. She noticed that the 2 mercenaries standing in front of her were completely oblivious. It seems there was some truth to what they said. They really don't know what was written in it. The information in this could have created many waves if they had gotten out. Tsunade thought. "Have you been paid in full, or do I have to give you anything?" Tsunade asked. Zabuza wouldn't dare to ask the angry Tsunade for even a penny. Even if she would have told him to pay for the motel's damages, he would have done so happily. He just wanted to get away from this woman as fast as possible. "And no, we have been paid in full already." Tsunade took a deep breath and said, "You guys can leave now, and remember not to tell about this scroll to anyone." She said in a calm tone, but they knew it was a clear threat. "We don't even know what was in the scroll," Haku said. He had fought a lot of people, but he had never seen someone this strong. "Don't tell anyone about even delivering this letter, or else I will hunt you both down." Tsunade may be angry, but she knew that some information must always remain confidential. She may have hated some people of the village, but she didn't want her village to be in chaos. Zabuza and Haku nodded and quickly left the room. Shizun stared at the door and muttered, "We didn't even ask them their name." Shizun had a general idea as to whether this was something related to the hidden leaf, or else she wouldn't get so riled up. "Lady Tsunade, are we going back to the village?" Shizun asked, to which Tsunade quickly replied, "No, never in the hidden leaf. For the past few days, the atmosphere had turned for the better. When no news of the bandits had come for a few days, the people had started conducting their business as usual. The preparations for the final round of the Chunin exams were underway. Yami was still at home doing his usual practice, and Kakashi would train Sasuke in the Uchiha compound itself. Height and Yujiro would bring Karen to the Uchiha compound from time to time. Even Kurenai came there once. When Yami asked why, she said that she needed Yami's help with something. She didn't elaborate much, but Yami understood that it must be about Yakumo. Yami promised her he will come to her after the Chunin exams finished. He didn't have much to do, but the last thing he wanted was any kind of distraction before the finals. At last, the day of the Chunin exams finals arrived, and along with it, the first change had happened as well. Chapter 159, Sneaky Group. The day the finals were held, Yami woke up late than usual. As he woke up, he heard voices from the hall. He didn't want to use his enhanced hearing when he wasn't even fully awake. Yawning, Yami opened the door and stepped into the hall. As they looked in front, the first thing that came to his mind was you were supposed to die yesterday. In front of him stood Hey-8 with Yugao. Yami looked around and asked, "Where is Karen?" Yugao looked up and said she is with Anko. They have become quite good friends in the past few days. Today morning Anko insisted on taking her shopping. Kakashi looked at Hey-8 and said, "I never thought you would be this good at taking care of a kid. Are you perhaps preparing yourself for one?" he asked in a teasing tone, causing Hey-8 to be flustered and Yugao to look down in embarrassment. The slight blush on her cheek was noticed by everyone. Kakashi looked back at Yami and said, "Come on, sleepyhead, go get ready. We will leave in half an hour." Yami nodded and went back to his team. Was Hey-8's death avoided completely, or did someone else die in his place? But this could be a good thing for me. If no one died yesterday listening to Baki's discussion with others, then no one from our village would be on alert, which may make the entire process of Hiruzen's death smooth. Yami thought as he looked out of the window. Hiruzen, you always used to say that whatever you are doing is for the betterment of the Hidden Leaf. Now for the betterment of the same village, I need you to die. Yami muttered as he left to get ready for the finals. After half an hour, Kakashi along with the Uchiha brothers entered the venue for the finals. There was still some time for the finals to start, but the stadium was almost full of people. As Yami entered the stands, he saw Kurenai and Asuma chatting. Kakashi smirked as he saw this and started walking toward the couple. Both Yami and Sasuke knew what Kakashi was going to do. Ahem. Were you both so engrossed that you forgot to bring your students? This made Kurenai quickly turn and give Kakashi a stink eye while Asuma just stepped back and looked around for his students. "I don't see you with your students, Kakashi," Kurenai questioned. Kakashi shrugged and said Naruto will be here on time. No one is as excited as that kid. Sakura, on the other hand, will come with Ino. Asuma then looked at Sasuke and Yami and said it wouldn't be bad if you two showed some excitement as well. Sasuke held the hilt of his sword and said, "I am excited. I am just waiting to find out who my opponent will be," Sasuke said, clearly showing the excitement that he wanted to hide. "What about you, Yami?" Kurenai asked. What he said, Yami said, and started looking elsewhere. This was like cold water thrown on Kurenai, who wanted to see the same excitement in Yami. Asuma and Kakashi couldn't help but giggle at the ugly expression Kurenai had made after hearing Yami's answer. Yami was actually looking around the entire stadium trying to find Kabuto or any other sound ninjas. He knew he needed to get rid of the pests so they cause unwanted problems during the main show. Yami knew that Kabuto will be dressed as an Umbu guard. Due to the mask, it was going to be quite hard to find him, and Yami wasn't good enough to pinpoint a person just based on the person's smell. He had never focused on his enhanced nose as much as he did on hearing and vision. Yami was able to figure out some of the sound ninjas. Some were even dressed as civilians. He saw that a group of them were sitting near the entrance. They want to block the exit, which will create more chaos and bloodshed, Yami thought. It was a fairly simple but effective strategy. Yami looked back at his brother and Kakashi and saw that some more people had also joined the group. Guy, Lee, Sakura, and Team Asuma. Sasuke walked closer to his brother and tried to look at what Yami was looking at and asked, "What are you so engrossed in for the past 5 to 10 minutes? Just wanted to see where can we sit to get a better view," Yami said. "So did you find a place?" Kakashi asked. Even though Sasuke and Yami were brothers, they would hardly talk. They only spoke when there was something important. Sasuke would break that pattern of rare occasions, but Yami wouldn't. Yami pointed at some empty seats above the exit and said, "I think this would be the best place for us to sit." Kakashi didn't reply instantly and stared at the place for a second or two and said, "If you think so, then let's go." The whole group got seated in the stands above the exit. Team Kurenai and Naruto hadn't come yet. Kakashi was going to go search for Naruto, but then they heard a big shout about defeating Sasuke and they understood the loudmouth had arrived. "What took you so long?" Sasuke asked Naruto in a scolding manner. "I ran into Shino and Kiba. They said that Hinata was coming along with Neji, her younger sister Hanabi, and her dad. So they are waiting for them, and as none of them made it to the finals, they aren't in much of a hurry. I wonder why Lord Hayashi is coming to watch the finals?" Kurenai asked. She knew how strict the patriarch was. Neither Neji nor Hinata had passed the preliminaries. Asuma had a probable theory for that, but he then saw everyone looking in a direction and standing up. "Hokage-sama is here," Kakashi said and stood up as well. Hiruzen and Orochimaru disguised as the Kazekage walked and sat at the highest seats. Let us not take more time and start with the final round of the Chunin exams. Chapter 160, The Final Round Part 1. As the announcement was made, everyone settled down ready to see the kids fighting. This exam happened every 6 months, but this time the matches were way more interesting than the others. The details about the preliminary rounds had already reached every part of the village. Genma Shiranui, who was apparently the proctor, came into the middle of the stadium. He along with the others looked at the display screen on one side of the stadium. After a few names shuffled, the participants for the first match were announced. Sakura Haruno versus Temari of the Hidden Sand. The Konoha Genins and their Jonin instructors knew that Sakura was no match for Temari. But they couldn't say that to Sakura, so just cheered for her. Temari stood in the middle of the stadium resting one hand on her fan and an arrogant smirk on her face. Asuma leaned a little toward Kakashi and asked, "What do you think, Kakashi? How will she perform?" Apparently, he just whispered. The people sitting closest to him like Kurenai, Yami, and Sasuke heard it clearly. Seeing the performance that girl Temari gave during the preliminaries, Sakura doesn't stand a chance, but this will be a good experience for her, Kakashi said. He knew that Sakura's overall strength was way lower than the other two, but he believed that Sakura hadn't found her goal yet. When she does, she would be unstoppable. As the fight between the two girls started, Temari didn't use any of her Genjutsus. She tried to hit Sakura with the closed fan, but Sakura managed to dodge a few and even go on the offensive. Temari blocked all of Sakura's attacks by using her fan as the shield. After around 30 seconds, Temari opened her fan and blew a strong wind toward Sakura. This caught the pink-haired girl off guard, and she didn't get the time to use chakra on the bottom of her legs to maintain balance and ended up slamming into the boundary. She stood up from the debris and saw Temari was ready to use another Genjutsu. Sakura just sighed as she raised her hand up and said, "I surrender." This didn't come as a surprise to anyone, as it was evident that Sakura wouldn't be able to do anything in the face of Genjutsus. Winner of the first match is Temari from the Hidden Sand. Everyone clapped as the match ended. As the winner wasn't from the Hidden Leaf, the people didn't burst into cheers, and the people of the Hidden Sand had come here to invade the Hidden Leaf, so they were also in a serious mood. As there was silence on the ground and people were waiting for the next match to be announced, Naruto stood and entered the stadium and shouted, "Sakura, how could you give up? Fight and defeat her!" A tick appeared on Sakura's face, who was exiting the ground. According to Naruto, he was encouraging her, but for her, this was more embarrassing than the loss. She knew no matter how much Naruto cheered, she couldn't win. Sakura looked at Sasuke, who was face-palming himself. She then turned to Ino with pleading eyes. Ino understood what she meant and went up to Naruto and bonked his head hard. "Shut up, idiot. Stop embarrassing her," Ino said. "OWWW, I was just encouraging her to fight till the end," Naruto said, rubbing his own head. Naruto then saw Kakashi and Sasuke sitting. He waved at them and rushed toward his sensei. Looking at Naruto, Kakashi asked, "Why are you late? If your match was announced first and you didn't come, you would have been disqualified." Naruto laughed in embarrassment and said, "I went to meet Karen. It took a while to find her. I wanted to bring her here as all the people from the Hidden Grass had left the village, but she said she didn't want to risk being here." Sasuke looked at Naruto and said, "She is right, you know. Even when she is with Hade and Yugao, she wears a wig to hide her red hairs." This disguise of hers would be easily seen among all these shinobis. It is good at least one Uzumaki has brains. Sasuke smirked as he said the last part, making Naruto more furious. Why you are an idiot. All Uchihas are idiots. Naruto said. He knew Sasuke would successfully anger Sasuke. As the Jonin instructors heard this, their eyes turned to Yami. They knew Sasuke would be furious, but they wanted to see how Yami would react. To their surprise, Yami didn't react at all. As if he didn't even hear it. He doesn't have that Uchiha pride. Kakashi thought as it reminded him of Itachi. Now let's start the second match. The announcer shouted and everyone's eyes went back to the display. Yami Uchiha vs Gar was excited about this match. He really wanted to see how his strength would compare to a tailed beast. Even though Gaara's control over his sand wasn't due to the one tails, it was a strong power in itself. Gaara stood in the middle of the ground on one side of Genma while Yami stood on the other side. All the spectators were on the edge of their seats, including Orochimaru and Kabuto. Are you both ready? Genma asked, waiting for a reply that didn't come. Instead, Gaara opened both his fists and sand floated out from his gourd while Yami unsheathed his sword and blue lightning started dancing around it. I have been waiting for this day, Gaara said. Genma raised his eyebrows as he sensed the strength of these two monsters was even more than him. He just announced the start of the match and jumped back instantly. His instincts were right because as soon as the words came out of his mouth, streaks of sand flew toward Yami. It also targeted the area around Yami, including the place where Genma stood. It wasn't just sand, but spikes of it. Gaara wanted to pierce them through Yami and not give him a single chance to escape. Yami didn't move from his place and just swiped his free hand in front of him, creating a strong wind strong enough to push back the spikes. Chapter 161, The Final Round Part 2. As the audience saw this, they were a little surprised. Yami had just used a jutsu by just waving his hands. He didn't perform any hand seals or even say the name of his jutsu. Sakura, Neji, and Sasuke had seen him use this on the bridge in the Land of Waves, so they didn't react much. Temari, who was standing with Baki and Kankuro, said that wind jutsu was stronger than my own strongest jutsu. She had a worried look on her face. She just realized that the kid, who was nearly 4 to 5 years younger than her, could defeat her just by waving his hand. Kankuro assured her as he patted her shoulder, "Don't worry. Something like this is not enough to defeat Gaara. Even Yami's entire lightning cloak won't be enough to defeat him." Baki nodded at Kankuro's words as he said, "He is right, Temari. The power of the tailed beast cannot be rivaled by normal jutsus. No matter how much Yami tries, it is fruitless." Temari gained back the lost confidence hearing the words of her brother and Jonin instructor. Back at the arena, seeing that his spikes had failed to reach Yami, Gaara made some movements with his hands which made all the sand rotate around him, and in front of everyone's eyes 3 copies of Gaara made of sand stood in front of Yami. Yami knew that these clones are to fight but trap and slow him down, so he rushed with his lightning sword. The 3 clones stood together to stop him, but Yami's suddenly body flickered and appeared above Gaara. Due to the fine sand floating in the air, Gaara spotted Yami quickly and looked up. He was about to send some of his sand upwards toward Yami, thinking that Yami won't be able to dodge midair, but Yami spewed a large fireball from his mouth. The fireball was large enough that Gaara knew he couldn't dodge and escape it. His only solution was to take the sand from the clones and create a shield for himself. He created a thick dome around himself to protect him, but Yami expected this outcome. As soon as Yami landed on the ground, he noticed that some particles of sand had fused with each other. Gaara opened a small hole in the dome to see the outside, but what he saw was Yami making the same hand signs again. Does he think his fireball can do anything to me? Gaara thought. According to him, he had taken Yami's attack head-on and was unscathed. He thought Yami would try using his lightning now, but that was what Yami wanted him to think. That's the reason he used lightning on his sword from the very start, to keep Gaara under the impression that Yami is going to depend on his lightning jutsus and especially his sword and lightning cloak. Yami spewed another fireball at the dome, but this one was different than the previous one. This time Gaara was landlocked in the dome, so Yami didn't need to make too big of a fireball. Yami focused on the temperature of the fire. The fire continued to come out of Yami's mouth, and he even walked closer to the dome. Gaara didn't know much from the inside, but he could feel that his control over the sand had reduced and he was sweating like hell on the inside. Does Yami want to roast him or something? Neji thought. When he lost the fight, he had gone to see Hayashi and the elder. Surprisingly, they praised him, saying that he fought well and told him to think of ways to defeat Gaara if they ever come in front of each other as opponents. Neji knew that the Hidden Leaf wasn't on too much of friendly terms with the Hidden Sand, so this could be a possible occurrence in the future. But even after racking his brain for a few weeks, Neji couldn't figure out a strategy to defeat Gaara. Look at the dome, some parts are falling off from it, Ino said, pointing at the dome, and everyone's attention was focused on it as well. She was right. Due to extreme heat, the particles of sand started fusing with each other. The biggest problem for Gaara was that he wasn't able to control these fused particles. Now that Yami had used fire on his sand for an extended period of time, the sand had formed small shells on the dome, and due to not being in Gaara's control, they would fall on the ground. Yami kept spewing fire for 30 to 40 seconds. He then stopped and looked at the hot red dome with a smile on his face. Everyone knew why that smile was plastered on his face. More than half of Gaara's sand and turned into those shells and lay around the dome. The sand left with Gaara was too less for him to maintain the dome. Inside the dome, Gaara felt like he had been boiled alive. Just due to the heat, burn marks appeared on his skin. As the fire stopped, Gaara sighed as he figured Yami also had a limit as to how much time he can spew fire. He lowered the dome and looked at the smiling Yami. He was surprised when he saw that Yami hadn't broken a sweat even after doing this much. On the other hand, everyone was shocked to see the burns on Gaara's body. His hands, legs, and even his face. Gaara touched one of the burns, and the pain was clearly visible on his face. Gaara then looked around and saw that 70% of his sand wasn't sand anymore. Yami, who was someone from the modern world, knew very well that if a fire is stronger than 3000 F, can turn sand into glass. His fire can't reach such a high temperature, but when applied continuously, it can do the work halfway. Gaara pointed his palm toward one of the shells, trying to control it, but to his surprise, the semi-glass material didn't respond to him at all. Gaara looked in the front toward Yami, but Yami had vanished, and the next second a sword was slashed on his back. Blood spurted out of Gaara's back as he dropped to his knees. He had never expected such a sudden attack to come from Yami. This is the first time Gaara was injured, and to such an extent. Who could have thought that the one who was never injured in a B-rank mission could be on his knees with a bloody back? Chapter 162, Start of the Invasion. As Gaara was on his knees in the middle of the arena, Temari, Kankuro, and Baki felt as if everything was going to be over now. Gee, Gaara, Temari muttered as tears welled up in her eyes. She had never seen her brother in such a sorry state. Her eyes then landed on Yami, who was looking at them. He held his sword, and some of Gaara's blood was still on it. Genma, who was at the side, was deciding whether he should announce the winner or not. But then he saw Yami lift his sword and place it near Gaara's neck. His eyes widened as he realized Yami was about to kill Gaara. Not just Genma, but everyone else was. It isn't a big thing for opponents to kill each other during the Chunin exams, but Gaara was the Kazekage's son, and as per the spectators, the Kazekage was sitting beside the Hokage. They never thought Yami would think about killing Gaara in front of his father. Hiruzen looked sideways a little to gauge what the Kazaki's reaction would be, but to his surprise, the Kazekage didn't even react. In fact, Orochimaru wanted Yami to kill Gaara so that the tailed beast will be released and the hidden leaf will be destroyed. But all his wishes came to a stop when he saw Baki along with his students Temari and Kankuro rush to stop Yami. Temari knew that her father regarded Gaara as only a weapon, so he wouldn't give this much of a thought. He was shameless enough to ask for compensation from the hidden leaf for his son's death. Stop! Kankuro shouted as he unwrapped the puppet on his back in midair. All this time Yami hadn't touched Gaara's neck with his sword. He actually had no intention of killing Gaara and creating a new headache. He just wanted to see how others react to it. Seeing them run toward him, Yami took back his sword but didn't sheath it. This gave the sand ninjas some relief, but on the other hand, Kabuto and Orochimaru clicked their tongues. TSK, it would have been so nice if he had done it. Both of them thought. Orochimaru then looked at Kabuto straight away and nodded as if giving him a signal. Kabuto understood the signal and made some hand signs to start the Genjutsu. Yami, who was looking at the sand jonins, turned his head toward the stands and saw the white feathers falling from the sky. So it has started. Due to his Sharingan, he broke through it instantly and even saw some people from the stands break it as well. The sound and sand ninjas who were hiding solo left their disguise behind to attack the Umbu. The ones that were sitting near Yami had grouped together and were about to get up as well. But then they noticed that the people who sat around them and were sleeping because of Genjutsu suddenly woke up and held their hand. All these people came and sat around us at different time. We didn't even detect a shred of chakra from them, so how did they not get affected by the Genjutsu? One of the people in the group thought. They didn't find anything suspicious about these people, and now each of them was holding the hand of him and his teammates. They wanted to go and help kill the Umbu, but now he had to kill these odd civilians first. Just as one of them took out a kunai, all those who held their hands suddenly jumped on them. They didn't understand what was going on, nor did Kakashi and the rest who were sitting some rows away. But then their eyes turned bright blue and Kakashi understood. Lightning clone boom 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 explosions happened one after the other and the entire group died. Kakashi and Sasuke didn't understand when Yami had created these clones and planted them near the sand shinobis. In reality, when Yami went to freshen up in his room, he had the clone stay in the room and leave with Kakashi and Sasuke. He left his house through his window and left the Uchiha compound. He knew from the canon that many sand and sound shinobis will disguise themselves. So he had his lightning clones transform into civilians and enter the stadium. When his clone had entered the stadium and was looking around, he didn't find the disguised sand and sound shinobis but the transformed clones. Though the original couldn't find the real Kabuto and many of the intruders, due to a foolish group whispering, his enhanced senses caught them and placed his clones near them. He also had two of his clones go outside the village. He knew that large snakes would also be summoned near the walls. I don't want the chaos to be too much, and let's let some of the intruders live, or else how will they create the barrier? Yami then swapped with his clone when his match was announced, and his clone went through the dark entrance. On the other side of the same entrance, two people had also threatened Gaara to surrender in this match, and he had killed them. So Yami was sure he could easily replace the clone at the entrance. As the explosion was heard, the civilians who were sitting around were thrown away by the blast of air. All the lightning clones didn't detonate together, or it would have caused a lot of civilian casualties. Yami detonated the one in the middle so the air would distance the civilians, and then the others detonated, killing the group of intruders. Kazekage-sama, what is the meaning of this? Hiruzen asked as he stood up from his chair. He knew that the hidden sand was very weak and could resort to desperate measures. Orochimaru, who still hadn't revealed his identity, put a hand around Hiruzen's neck and jumped up on the roof just like in the canon. Yami was watching as all this was happening. This time the genins didn't run but helped the civilians evacuate. Neji and Sasuke were even fighting some of the intruders. Chapter 163, Chaos Everywhere. Hee, Sensei, I have come to take your life. Orochimaru's creepy voice resounded in Hiruzen's ears as showed his face. He expected Hiruzen to be surprised by this, but instead he heard a sigh. Orochimaru, do you think you are strong enough to do that? Orochimaru smirked at that, and four people jumped out from the stands and stood on the roof some distance from the teacher-student duo. They made some hand seals, and a purple rectangular barrier was created around Hiruzen and Orochimaru. Sensei, I may not be strong enough alone, but what if I have help? Orochimaru said as he created some distance. He didn't want to use the reanimation jutsu right away, but seeing that he had lost many of his people at the start and the sacrifices that he had prepared had died in the forest of death. He still didn't know who killed Dosu and his team. He will have to use some sand shinobis for this job now. On the outskirts of the village outside the barrier, a few people had gathered around a circle made on the ground. These people were instructed by Orochimaru to summon big snakes and create havoc in the village. With the number of people we are right now, we can summon 3 large snakes. Once they break the barrier and everything is in chaos, we will also enter the village and start killing. Today will be the end of the hidden leaf. One of them said. The other nodded, and when they were about to start the summon, 2 civilians jumped out from the bushes. At first they were all confused as to why civilians were here. The ones guarding the circle tried to stop the 2 civilians. They had spears as their weapon. As the spears pierced the 2 civilians' stomach, their eyes turned blue. None of the people there knew about lightning clone, but the chakra fluctuations indicated that it was dangerous to be close to them. The 2 clones jumped close to the ones who were going to summon and exploded themselves. Boom arg! The people were blasted away from the explosion. This explosion wasn't as controlled as the one in the stadium, so many arcs of lightning flew out from the explosion and hit the ones around them. After a few seconds, one of them looked around and said, "Sir, we have lost a few people who were going to summon. And many are even injured because of the lightning. We can at most summon 2 snakes, but even that will suck everything out of us." The leader of the group stomped his feet in anger and said, "If we fail this mission, then we will be heavily punished. Let's do whatever we can," he said, and instructed the people around him to repair the summoning circle. Back in the village, those who were fighting with the intruders heard the explosion outside the village. Kakashi quickly called out some of the umbus and said, "Go and check where that explosion occurred." At a time like this, the last thing we need is an attack from the outside. Go and make sure that the barrier is not breached. A few umbus who had responded to Kakashi's call nodded and left the stadium. Asuma, who was fighting with his wind chakra knuckles, killed a few intruders and came to Kurenai and said, "Have the kids been evacuated?" Kurenai looked at her students who were waking up the civilians and escorting them toward the exit and said they are doing their best. I had thought they would also fall in the Genjutsu, but luckily Sasuke and Neji woke them all up. Where is Lord Hokage? And if the one sitting as Kazekage was Orochimaru, then where is the real Kazekage? Asuma looked at the barrier on the roof and said, "I wish I could answer all your questions, but all this is too confusing. For now I will go up and see if there is any way to break the barrier." Asuma then turned to Kakashi and asked, "Where is Lee and Guy?" Neji replied before Kakashi and said, "Sensei and Lee are fighting the intruders who spread around the village. The situation here seems to be under control." Neji then looked around in a frown and asked, "Where is Yami?" "He was just here with us." His question was directed at Sasuke, but even Sasuke didn't notice Yami leaving. "I don't even know how and when Yami placed those lightning clones with the intruders," Sasuke said in a grave tone. He always felt that there was a cloud of mystery surrounding his little brother, and things like these confirm his doubt. Seeing that everyone was distracted, Kakashi brought them back to the current situation as he said, "Stop worrying about Yami. He is strong enough to handle things himself. In fact, if he has gone to inspect the barrier with the umbus, then I can be assured that we won't have any problem from the outside," Kakashi assured Sasuke and the others. While all this was happening all over the village, Yami was headed in a different direction. Yami had plans of his own, and he had waited for this opportunity for a while now. After reaching some tents, Yami stopped. His eyes fell on the corpses spread around. All these corpses had one thing in common: they were all root shinobis. "I didn't expect you to come here." Yami heard a voice from behind him. He looked back and saw a root shinobi with a sword in his hand. The root shinobi's clothes and sword were covered in blood. He then removed his mask and said, "I am Mako Haim, Lord Danzo's most trusted." I thought Lord Danzo hated the Uchihas, then why did he send an Uchiha kid to do this? I don't care even if this brat dies completing this mission, but Lord Danzo has instructed me to have his back, Mako thought as he looked at Yami. Yami then went inside the house where the corpses lead him. As soon as he entered the house, he saw 2 people tied to a chair. "Wake them up," Yami ordered Mako, who was walking behind him. Chapter 164, Yami's Own Plans. Mako nodded and injected something in the 2 people that were tied to the chair, one man and a woman. As soon as the liquid was injected, the 2 people jerked and regained consciousness. They looked around and saw some corpses around them. In front of them stood a root shinobi without his mask. Why are we tied? Untie us, do you know who we are? The woman shouted furiously. Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado, the students of Tobarama Senju. A voice came from the side, making the two elders look to the side. Why Yami Uchiha? What is the meaning of this? Old man Hamura asked. Unlike the impulsive Koharu, he knew when to stay calm. Brat, why are you here and did you kill all these people? Koharu asked. Do you remember the teachings of your sensei? Yami asked as he sat on the sofa in front of the two chairs. You should call him Lord Tobarama, don't you have any respect? Hamura asked in a bit of anger. Did you also betray the leaf like your brother? The entire bloodline is filthy. Koharu spat. She was impulsive but also experienced. She understood that Yami had a hand in the deaths of these rude shinobis, so it was no use keeping on the mask. We need to waste as much time until the Umbus come here to check on us. We are elders, so they will surely come. Hamura thought. He had understood Koharu's strategy to get in a verbal debate with Yami by provoking the Uchiha pride. But to both the elders and Mako's surprise, Yami didn't react at that. Not even a change in expression. Yami never regarded Uchiha clan to be strongest or his Itachi to be a poor soul. According to him, Shursui and Itachi were just naive. They were in this state because of their own decisions. While watching the anime back in his world, Yami felt that whatever sacrifices the two Uchihas gave were meaningless. Do you think I don't know about my brother's mission or the Uchiha clan's coup? Yami's words made the eyes of the three people widen. Even Mako, who thought he knew most of the secrets of the hidden leaf, was left stunned. Yami hadn't explained, but Mako, who was taught espionage from childhood, could easily connect the dots. Uchiha's coup? It never happened, but the entire clan was slaughtered and the one to do it was Itachi Uchiha. The first thing Yami said was Itachi's mission. Does this mean that the village gave Itachi the mission to do this? Conclusions started forming in Mako's mind at an exponential rate. The two elders looked at each other as this was not the outcome they expected. A genin who was just 9 years old and became a shinobi a year ago couldn't know all this unless Itachi must have told you. Koharu concluded and even voiced it out. Hamura looked at her and said that's not possible. Danzo had some people search his house. Mako smirked as he heard that. What if I tell them that I was the one sent by Danzo-sama and it is him who has planned all this? Seeing Mako smirk like that, Yami controlled his laughter and didn't let it show on his face. Even when surrounded by blood and corpses, Yami found Mako's state truly funny. The man had completely believed everything Yami had told him as Danzo. Mako, go and make sure no one makes it till here. If it is anyone from the Umbu or normal shinobis, then just injure or knock them out. If anyone from the root or the intruders, then kill them directly. Yami instructed. He had lessened the impact of the invasion by killing some of the snake summoners and also killing a few in the stadium. He didn't want the chaos to reach the higher parts of the village where the elders and big clans lived. If he hadn't done that, then this place would be swarming with intruders and leaf shinobis. Yami looked back at the elders and said, it doesn't matter how I know. What matters is what will happen to the two of you now. You think you can hurt us? We are elders of this village. We have given our everything for this village. Hamura shouted. He had finally lost his patience. He had never been in such a state, and this time the one to put him in this position was an Uchiha kid. Yami activated his Sharingan and cast a Genjutsu on both the elders. He thought it would be a little hard, but whatever Mako had given these two had weakened them quite a bit. In the Genjutsu, Koharu and Hamura were back to the time when they were genins, and when they looked up were shocked to see their sensei Tobarama standing in front of them. Sensei, what are you doing here? Koharu asked in a quivering voice. She didn't think that Yami could put her in a Genjutsu. Yami had used his chakra to make their heartbeats get in sync with the pattern that tells the truth. Which means whatever Yami asks them, they will speak the truth. The biggest issue was Yami didn't know all the bad things they had done, and if he asks them, then they won't reply because according to them what they have done is for the betterment of the hidden leaf. The only way to get the entire truth out was to make them stand in front of the only man they feared and respected. In the Genjutsu, Tobirama looked at them and said, "Why are you two in a daze? Do you want to laze around today?" Hearing his stern voice, chills ran through both the elders. They felt that something was wrong, but in the face of Tobirama they dare not get lost in thought. "Now both of you tell me about the Uchiha clan. What all happened that night?" Koharu and Hamura both knew how much their sensei hated the Uchiha clan, and memories of the night of the coup started coming to their mind, and they started spilling the secrets from before the Uchiha massacre. Yami knew everything from the canon, but he didn't want to be careless, so he decided to ask everything. Fortunately, everything that the two elders told him was in line with what happened in the canon, making him slightly relieved. After they told him everything, which took not more than 3 to 4 minutes, Koharu and Hamura saw something that confused and terrified them at the same time. The eyes of their sensei started changing. In one eye was a 3-tomo Sharingan, and the other eye was black with a tattoo on it. Chapter 165, The Terrified Elders. The black eye with the devouring law tattoo on it was not something the elders had seen or heard about before, nor did they expect this. They quickly realized that they had been trapped in a Genjutsu, and they had spilled all the secrets surrounding the Uchiha massacre. They thought that the black eye was also a part of Genjutsu. "You brat, I will kill you." Koharu struggled to free herself from the Genjutsu, and with her and Hamura's combined efforts they were able to break the Genjutsu. Yami had also gotten everything he wanted from them, so he didn't bother maintaining the Genjutsu. "What you are doing is treason. Do you want to die like your clan members died? Like your parents died?" Hamura said as he grit his teeth. He wanted to scare Yami into releasing them. Their hatred for the 9-year-old in front of them was increasing every passing minute. "Untie me and I will punish you properly." Koharu, the old woman, tried to lunge at Yami, but she couldn't. "Let's free you from one of the entanglements," Yami said, which made Koharu grin. This is what she wanted. Yami to become overconfident and make one small mistake so that she could get her hands on the brat. What happened next made her shiver in horror. Yami pulled out his sword and slashed it toward her arm. Slash! Koharu screamed as her arm was separated from her shoulder. Blood splattered on Hamura's face and clothes, who was tied to the side. While Koharu was wailing in pain, Yami, who now had a couple of drops of blood on his face, looked at Hamura and said, "Do you want to be free from your entanglements as well?" Hamura's body turned cold as he heard those words. He couldn't fathom the agony Koharu was going through right now. He didn't want to experience this pain, as just seeing it was painful. He was someone who had fought in the war and had seen plenty of bloodshed, but killing a person in a fight and torturing are two different things. His eyes, which previously had anger and hope, now looked helpless as he said in a dry and low voice, "Kill me. Torturing them would be more fun, but I don't have much time. I will be asked later where I was, and when that happens, if my time of disappearance is more, then I could become a suspect." Yami thought. He had hated these two old fogies even when he watched the anime. There wouldn't be any better chance to make them suffer, but unfortunately, he didn't have the luxury of time to do all this. Yami waved his sword and in one swift motion and beheaded the two elders. Yami was about to use devouring law to devour the bodies, as he didn't intend to send any kind of message or warning by making their deaths a show. He looked around and he wanted to devour the corpses of the root shinobis as well. But then he felt that he could see something glowing slightly in their chests. But he could see that only through one of his eyes. Precisely the one which was black in color. Yami then reached out his hand without activating his devouring law, and a black orb made of glass came out of their chests. It was glowing dimly. Is this his soul? Yami thought. He didn't know what to do with it. As the orb came into Yami's grasp, black wisps came out from his palm and entered the center of the orb. Yami could see a small glow traveling from the orb to his body through those black wisps. In a few seconds, even the dim glow from the orb was gone and the orb dissipated into the air. Yami understood that his body had sucked in whatever that glowing thing was. Even though it was glowing, Yami felt that it was ominous. He then looked around and saw the chests of the root shinobis had the same glow. He did the same thing with Koharu and the others inside the house. He felt something change in him but couldn't point at what. I don't know what absorbing those lights, which I think are souls, would do anything good to me. I will check that later. It has not caused any kind of physical changes. Yami thought as he looked at his body. He didn't feel any increase in his physical strength or his chakra. He was about to devour the bodies as well, but then he heard footsteps coming his way. He used his enhanced vision and saw Mako running inside. "We need to leave. Umbus are coming to check. Let the bodies of the root shinobis and elders stay here. I have not used any techniques of our village, and the poison in their body is also one that sand shinobis use," Mako said as he looked at Yami and then glanced at the headless elders. He looked at the severed head of the elders laying in the pool of blood. Their face shows fear and despair. What did this kid do? Looks like Danzo-sama chose him for a reason, Mako thought. I should have devoured them while taking their soul. Now so much good nutrition has gone to waste, Tsk Yami thought. He nodded at Yami and left the house. He then spread into multiple crows and disappeared. He heard some sounds of people fighting and started to go closer. It seemed like the leaf shinobis were chasing someone. He had his crows spread out and searched for the enemy. He thought it must have been some stray intruder who was now running for his life. After searching for a minute or two, he found the intruder and was shocked to see who it was. Yami appeared on the rooftop of one of the houses and looked at the intruder running with someone on his shoulder. Yami took out a kunai, covered it in wind chakra, and threw it ahead of the intruder. As the kunai hit the wall to the side of the intruder, it made a huge sound. The intruder stopped to look in the direction from where the kunai came from. Yami smiled and said, I didn't know you changed your profession, Kabuto. Chapter 166, True Nature. Seeing Yami, a look of annoyance appeared on Kabuto's face. When Kabuto found out that the lightning clones were Yami's, he was furious and wanted to hunt Yami down. He and Orochimaru had prepared such an elaborate plan to destroy the hidden leaf, but Yami had killed off 1/5 of their forces just as the invasion began. Kabuto didn't know that the deaths that occurred outside the village of the summoning shinobis were also Yami's doing, or else he would have dropped the invasion plan and rushed to find Yami. Yami jumped down and stood at some distance away from Kabuto. Kabuto laid down the one he had kidnapped. The cloth on the unconscious victim's face slid, revealing her face. Yami raised his eyebrows as he saw that and said, Are you the Prince Charming here to take away the Hyuga princess? His teasing tone made Kabuto more furious than he already was. He took out a kunai from his pocket and ran toward Yami. To Kabuto's surprise, Yami didn't move or even take out his sword to defend him. Something's wrong. Why is he just standing there? Kabuto thought and stopped midway. He looked around to see if Yami had already set up a trap. You think by provoking me you can pull me into a trap? Kabuto said as he tried to discover what made Yami so confident that he stood defenseless. So you calmed your mind to think rationally? Impressive, but should have done that just a couple of seconds ago. Tsk Yami's words confused Kabuto, but then he heard some sounds behind him. He turned back and saw the leaf shinobis who were chasing him were now holding Hinata. Kabuto realized that in rage he had left Hinata on the ground, forgetting that he was running away from someone. Kabuto was about to threaten the leaf shinobis to stop. He could see that they were just chunins and were still kids. But instead of words, blood poured out of his mouth. He touched his own mouth and felt the blood on his hands. As he was wondering how that happened, he saw the blade poking out from his chest and heard a voice from behind, Were you ignoring me? Yami said and pulled out the sword from Kabuto's chest. Kabuto now lay on the ground bleeding out as he looked at Yami. So this is the real you, were the last words that came out of Kabuto's mind before he died. Kabuto was someone who liked to know everything about his enemy, and so he had researched extensively about everyone who would be a variable during the invasion. One of those he researched was Yami. He knew that Yami was smart, strong, and good with many kinds of jutsu, but his behavior is what puzzled him the most. As far as Kabuto had collected, Yami was never traumatized by the death of his family and clan, nor by the betrayal of his eldest brother. Unlike Sasuke, Yami had never said or done anything that would indicate he wanted revenge. Even during the preliminaries, he showed so much of his power, but the curse seal didn't activate, which means he wasn't hungry for power either. Yami had become kind of a puzzle for Kabuto. But now when was face to face with Yami, he understood a little of him. Yami had hidden his true nature from everyone, including his own elder brother. He wasn't someone who saw being a shinobi as his duty or protecting people as a noble thing. He became a shinobi to kill. Kill anyone that comes in his way. The way he talked today with Kabuto proved that Yami didn't take him seriously from the start. Even though the difference in their strength was enormous and Yami was sure to win, Yami didn't hesitate to take the chance when Kabuto turned his back on Yami. Yami had killed him the very first chance he got. His aim from the start was never to stop an intruder or save Hinata Hyuga but to kill Kabuto. Yami looked at the pale Kabuto on the ground as he thought in the canon, he becomes a big headache later. Even more tenacious than Orochimaru. It is good that I got to root him out before he became stronger. Yami then looked ahead and saw that the Leaf Shinobis were taking Hinata away. He looked around and saw that there were not many people around him. Some civilians were running around like scared chickens, but they were not worth the attention. I can't take his soul now, nor can I devour his corpse. I'll take it in a scroll for now and devour it later. Yami thought. Shinobis storing the corpse for investigation purposes was a common thing, so the civilians wouldn't find it odd. As Yami was about to take a step further, he sensed a projectile coming toward him and jumped back. He saw the projectile pierce the ground. Seeing the projectile, Yami was truly surprised because the projectile wasn't a kunai or shuriken but a bone. A man with white hair and green eyes jumped in front of Kabuto's body. He had one dot above each of his eyes and he wore a loose purple kimono. Isn't that Kimimaro? What is he doing here? He wasn't supposed to be in the invasion. Yami thought. He and Kimimaro stared at each other. For Yami, defeating Kimimaro wasn't difficult but annoying. His bones would create quite a problem for Yami, and Yami wanted to be ready for a tailed beast attack on the village. Like the canon, Gaara hadn't left the village before the invasion reached its climax. Yami was about to unsheath his sword, but then Kimimaro spoke. I do not have any enmity with you, but Kabuto here is Orochimaru's student. I am not here to fight here but to take away his corpse and give it a proper burial. If I let Kimimaro take his corpse away, Orochimaru may try reanimation jutsu on him. That would be quite annoying. I need to destroy his body now. Yami decided and was about to pull out his sword when he heard someone calling out his name. Chapter 167, End of Invasion. Yami looked in the direction where the voice came from. On top of one of the destroyed buildings stood Sasuke. Yami hadn't expected his brother to come here out of nowhere. How did he even find me here? Yami thought. Knowing it wasn't an enemy, Yami focused his attention on Kimimaro. He wasn't going to let Kabuto go back into Orochimaru's hands. How will I know that Orochimaru won't use his body for nefarious reasons like he always does? Yami asked. Kimimaro flinched when he heard that. Even he wasn't sure that Orochimaru wouldn't do anything like this. A hint of doubt and sadness flashed in his eyes, making Yami smile. By this time Sasuke came and stood beside Yami. Who is this guy? And who is behind him? Isn't he the one we smalled during the first exam? Sasuke asked. Yes, that would be Kabuto, but I saw him kidnap and run away with Hinata, so I killed him. This guy is his ally and only wants to take his body back. Yami explained. Sasuke thought for a few seconds as he looked at Kimimaro and Kabuto's corpse on his shoulder. He then looked at Yami and said, I think we should let them go. This idiot, Yami screamed in his mind. He has become too soft because of my presence. I am kinda missing that emo revenge-driven Sasuke from the canon. Yami thought. Sasuke knew Yami wasn't convinced by this decision, so he decided to explain his reasoning. The chaos has increased too much and the main objective right now is to drive the invaders out of the village as soon as possible so as to save maximum lives. This guy came from the edge of the southeastern barrier and there are a few of his allies still there. I knew I couldn't take them on, so I didn't attack them, but if we try to attack him now then they could come in as well. The civilians haven't been cleared from this area. No one had anticipated this attack. Yami wasn't surprised when he heard this. Yami had created obstacles in Orochimaru's plan from day one. Due to suffering so many setbacks, Yami knew that there was a high chance Orochimaru will call his subordinates to give extra support in case of some unexpected surprises. That unexpected surprise was Yami himself. Kimimaro felt a little relieved when he heard Sasuke's words about letting them leave. But he could that Yami would rush toward him as soon as he moved. "Sai, you are right. Orochimaru might try to do some kind of experiment on Kabuto, and that's the kind of man he is, and I don't have the authority or the power to stop him from doing so. But I can hide away his body in such a way that Orochimaru can never find him." Kimimaro's words hadn't convinced Yami in the slightest, and he knew the risk was still there, but Sasuke kept looking at him as if asking, "Are you convinced now?" "Lead," Yami said, and Kimimaro, without wasting any precious seconds, jumped away. Yami then looked at Sasuke and said, "You go ahead, I will come back after surveying the area." "I already did that. Except for the ones waiting outside the border, there is no one here, and you are crazy enough to follow that guy for just a corpse," Sasuke retorted in a big brother tone. Yami clicked his tongue but then instructed one of his bats to see where Kimimaro was burying Kabuto's body. He would later have Zabuza destroy it, or he will do it himself. "So what's happening inside the village? Is everything alright?" Yami asked. He had readied himself to hear the news of Hiruzen dying and then act shocked, but what Sasuke said next really shocked him. Hokage-sama fought Orochimaru inside the barrier. Orochimaru had brought back the first and second Hokage to fight for him, and Hokage-sama was going to lose as no one could interfere in the fight due to the barrier. But then Karen came ahead and said being from an Uzumaki bloodline she can affect the barrier and make it weak. Yellow chains appeared from her back and started to cover the barrier, which made the barrier weak and susceptible to physical damage. And then a white long-haired man along with a woman broke the barrier. "Yami, you should have seen it. The woman is so strong that she made half of the barrier crumble with just one punch," Sasuke said, showing his own fist. Yami could see Sasuke was excited seeing all this. A fight of this proportion is not something one can see every day. Yami had instantly known that the two were none other than Jiraiya and Tsunade. But what were they doing in the village at such a time? Jiraiya I can understand, as he has his own information network and was able to make it back. Though I don't understand how he didn't find out about the invasion in the canon. But the main question is, what is Tsunade doing here? After reading that scroll, she should have gone even farther away from the village. Yami was lost in thought, but Sasuke tugged at him and said, "I am not done explaining yet." After the barrier crumbled, Hokage-sama along with the man and the woman sealed the two Hokages in coffins and attacked Orochimaru. Then Orochimaru summoned a big purple snake and attacked them. He once even came out of his own mouth, and with sheer trickery, he was able to cut off Hokage-sama's one arm and even stab him. Sasuke said with a hint of anger. "How is Hokage-sama now? Last I heard, Kakashi-sensei told me Hokage-sama used some kind of a seal to kill Orochimaru but were unsuccessful and had gone into a coma. The woman and Karen were able to bring him back from the jaws of death. Are my good deeds coming to bite me in the ass?" Yami thought. He never would have imagined that his action to save Karen would have this result. Now he wished he should have killed her in the forest. Yami chuckled at the thought. Well, looks like the world wants me to take care of Tobirama's disciples with my own hands. Chapter 168, Doubtful Kakashi. Yami and Sasuke came back to the stadium where the entire thing had started. Yami looked toward the side where one of the village's walls had partially collapsed. This was the entry point for the big brown snakes that were being summoned. The entire stadium was swarmed with umbus and shinobis. The doctors were healing the injured civilians and shinobis. In times like this, taking the injured people to hospital and healing them was not an effective way, so only those who were critically injured were taken to the hospital. Everyone is there, let's go. Sasuke pointed in the direction where Kakashi along with other Jonin instructors and their students were sitting. They all looked tired and exhausted. They had never imagined that something like this would happen inside their village. They were too used to peace that they forgot how the outside world was. Yami also saw a few doctors along with the group. Seeing the doctors, Sasuke asked who was injured. Kiba, who was standing the nearest, looked behind and said, "It's Lee, Naruto, and Karen. Lee is in a serious state. Naruto and Karen just exhausted themselves and fell unconscious. Sasuke Sakura shouted as she ran toward him. Are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? Where were you? She bombarded the poor boy with questions. I am fine. I went to find Yami, Sasuke said. As soon as the word Yami came out of his mouth, Kakashi turned back and asked Yami, where were you? I sensed some enemies on the other side of the village, so I had gone there. Yami replied, knowing that Kakashi wouldn't believe him a bit. Kakashi also knew Yami was lying, but he decided not to question him in front of everyone. There was one question that was bugging Kakashi from the start of all this, so he decided to ask, why did you set up lightning clones near those intruders? How did you know that they had nefarious motives? They were shinobis, but dressed as civilians. They were trying too hard to mix into the crowd, but couldn't tone down the vigilance that a shinobi has every time a sound was made around them. By using this method, I was able to round up the entire group as they were all looking at one guy who was sitting in the middle. I guessed he might be the one who decides when to take off the disguise. Even if he felt someone was suspicious, why would he send a lightning clone? He wouldn't do something like this unless he intended to do this from the start. I don't know what is happening in the kid's mind, but I don't think it is anything bad. He reminds me so much of Itachi. Always trying to shoulder everything alone. Kakashi thought. While Kakashi was thinking, Kurenai along with Anko came from behind and said, Kakashi, I think you should take Naruto back to his house. He needs rest. Kakashi nodded and then looked at Anko and asked, what about Karen? Is she alright? Anko folded her hands and said no need to worry about her. She just used too much of her powers. I had Hayate and Yugal take her back home. The girl really outdid herself by unleashing those chains. I would have never thought she had this much power in her. Well, she is from the Uzumaki clan. They were always known to be strong and knowledge about Fuinjutsu seals and barriers. Kurenai said. What happened to Naruto and Lee? Sasuke asked. Lee opened the 6th gate and fought a big brown snake. He even threw the snake away from the village and killed those who were coming in from the outside. Using this much power took a toll on his body and he is admitted in the hospital. Guy is with him, Kakashi said. He then glanced at Kurenai and Anko and said Naruto fought with Gaara and so he was injured as well. The grown-ups didn't want the kids to know about the tailed beasts. The fact that Naruto had taken care of Gaara and Shikaku outside the village was a blessing, or the number of casualties would have doubled or maybe even tripled. Naruto was able to fight Gaara head-on? Sasuke asked in a surprise. He could see how strong Gaara was when Yami was fighting with him, and Naruto was able to fight someone like that. Yami Uchiha, a voice came from behind the group. The entire group including Yami looked back and saw Hayashi along with Neji standing in front of them. Yami knew why Hayashi was here, so he didn't bother asking and just came a few steps forward. Yami, I wanted to thank you for saving Hinata from being kidnapped, Hayashi said while doing a small bow. For such a clan's patriarch to bow in front of a 9-year-old kid was a shock to everyone. Even the doctors and the nurses who were healing the people around stopped their healing and gawked at Hayashi and Yami. There was no change in expression on Yami's face even after all this, and he simply said, "You are welcome." It was a very simple reply and no one felt anything odd about it, but Hayashi was taken aback with this answer. He turned around and said, "Neji, let's go. We have to see if anyone from our clan has been injured or not." Neji wanted to stay with the group, but he couldn't bring himself to say this to the clan head, so he said his goodbyes and went with Hayashi. As Neji and Hayashi were walking, Neji peeked at his uncle Hayashi and asked, "Patriarch, if I may ask, why did you suddenly leave?" Hayashi looked at Neji for a few seconds and then sighed as he said, "Neji, the answer I expected would be that Hinata is his friend or else she is his comrade, but he just said welcome." "Do you know what that means?" Neji was confused by this and asked. "No. I don't see anything odd about this." Chapter 169, Cross the Limit. Neji is just as naive as Hinata and Hanabi, Hayashi thought as he glanced at Neji. He meant what he did wasn't his duty but a favor to us. Yami is from the Uchiha clan, so it isn't like he doesn't know the hidden meanings behind these words. I went there to show my gratitude towards him, but now I am in his debt. For you, this may seem a trivial thing, but if Yami plays his cards right, then this debt could become a big problem for us. Hayashi said. He knew that he could also be overthinking things, but there were too many unusual things about Yami, so it was best not to underestimate him. Niji thought for a few seconds and looked at Hayashi with a determined gaze. I am not sure if what you are saying is right or not, but I am sure Yami won't make a difficult ask. Hayashi raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, you trust your teammate to such an extent?" Niji smiled and said no. To trust someone, one needs to know the person. I hardly know anything about him. Download app, then why are you so confident? Hayashi asked. He was a little surprised to hear Niji say that he hardly knew anything about Yami. Because Yami prefers to do things by himself. Even if he demands something from us in return for saving Hinata, we wouldn't be able to figure out what his end plan is. That is reassuring as well as scary. Let's first go to the main house. Elder along with Hanabi is waiting there for us. Hayashi said, and Niji nodded as he followed him. Back at the main stadium, while Yami was observing the doctors and nurses check every one of them, Yami suddenly felt a small jerk. For a second, he couldn't understand what was happening, but then he understood that he had lost connection with the bat which he had sent to follow Kimimaro. The bat seems to have entered some kind of a barrier which broke its connection with the outside world. This must be Orochimaru's hideout or one of his jails where he makes people fight each other to the death. Yami thought. Hey, Yami! Kiba tapped Yami's shoulder, which made him turn and look at Kiba and Akamaru. Kiba had a few injuries on his body, but they were all patched up by the nurses. We are going to meet Lee in the hospital. You are coming, right? Kiba asked. For him, it was obvious for Lee's teammate to go to the hospital. Although Team Guy didn't have such a relationship with each other. To make others not feel odd about this, Yami nodded and decided to go with them. As the group entered the hospital, they saw that it was full of people. The civilians and shinobis were kept in different wings, as shinobis have stronger bodies and civilians need more attention. Where can we meet a patient named Rock Lee? Kakashi asked. The nurse glanced at Kakashi and then looked into the register for a few seconds before replying. He, along with his Jonin instructor, has been admitted to Ward B, Room 16. Kakashi looked back at Yami as if asking if he knew about this. Don't look at me. This is the first time I am hearing of Guy-sensei being admitted as well. He hates medicines, to begin with. The nurse looked at Yami as he had called Guy his sensei. Actually, Mr. Mato Guy didn't want to get admitted and only came here to admit his student, but Shizun-sama had him admitted. Oh, Shizun's here? Kurenai asked. It had been many years since the two childhood friends last saw each other. Kurenai knew that Shizun had become Tsunade's disciple and was following her everywhere she goes, including when Tsunade decided to leave the village. The entire group started walking toward Ward B, Room 16. As they entered Ward B, they saw the number of medical staff had almost doubled. They realized this ward must be housing all the shinobis who fought actively against the intruders. Woof woof! Akamaru barked as he looked at Kiba. What is Akamaru saying? Kakashi asked. He is saying that he has caught Lee's scent in the 5th room in the left row. Kakashi and Kurenai both nodded. This would make it easier to find Lee and Guy, along with the fact that they didn't have to look at the other shinobis. Some of them were dead and in such a bad state that it could traumatize even a Chunin. Most of the deaths had caused due to ambushes or due to the big brown snakes. As they entered the room, they were instantly faced with a bandaged guy who was trying to get away from a black-haired woman with an injection in her hand. I would rather fight 1,000,000 of those intruders than let you stab me with that needle, Shizun. Guy said as he tried to free himself from the clutches of the nurses who had held him in place. Stop being a baby, Guy. What happens to you suddenly when you come to the hospital? The black-haired woman asked. It's good to see you, Shizun. Kakashi said, attracting Shizun's and Guy's attention. Huh, Kakashi, Kurenai, you guys are here. These must be your students, Shizun said as he glanced at the Genins. How are Guy and Lee? Kurenai asked. Shizen casted a glare at Guy and said he is fine, just needs to rest and take his medicines on time. She then turned toward Lee, who was bandaged heavily as well, and said his situation is way serious. He is out of mortal danger, but we fear he might never be able to become a shinobi. He hasn't just pushed his body to the limit but also crossed it. His case will be taken care of by Tsunade-sama herself, so I can't say much. She had a gloomy look as she talked about Lee. Everyone was astonished by what Shizen just said. For a shinobi to live like a normal person could be called a curse. He is my student. He will become the best taijutsu master, Guy shouted at Shizen and the group. He knew his student will never give up, and as his sensei, it was Guy's job to lead him to the path of success. Chapter 170, Calming the Village. All right, Kakashi said as he brought Guy back to his bed and made him lie down. Guy also didn't struggle and lay down, but his eyes were still fixed on Lee. He knew that somewhere he was also responsible for Lee's current state. He had influenced Lee to such an extent that now the kid was basically on the hospital bed covered in bandages top to bottom. The worst part was he could even be crippled for his entire life, and this hypothesis was made by the best medical shinobi not just in the Hidden Leaf but in the entire shinobi world. Guy then looked at Kakashi and asked, what is the state of the village? And where are Asuma and his students? Kakashi assured his friend as he said the village is safe now. Everyone is helping each other out, and the casualties on our side were very low compared to the destruction that was caused in the village. Umbus are still accessing the rest of the village where there were no fights, just to be sure. As for Asuma, he is with Hokage-sama. I think he must have taken his team along with him. The higher-ups are going to be pissed, Kurenai said, making everyone turn in her direction. Why do you think so, Kurenai? Shizen asked. Except for medical jutsus and some fighting, Shizen was a pretty naive girl. Even after staying with Tsunade for so many years, she hadn't changed a lot. Before Kurenai could say anything, Yami interjected. The attack originated from the inside rather than from the outside. The sand ninjas were staying in the village and we were the ones that invited them. The Kazekage was Orochimaru. All this was happening at the same time and the intelligence division had no clue. This is a major intelligence failure, and there may be the fault of other departments as well, but now that Lord Third is injured, someone will be made into a scapegoat. The grown-ups in the room raised their eyebrows at what Yami just said. What he said was exactly on point. The entire thing flew over the heads of the kids except for Sasuke. He had been taught such things by fugaku, so Sasuke understood the entire thing. Shizen gave a look to the nurses and they quickly understood. They just nodded and left the room. She then looked at Yami and asked, who might you be? Heh, that's my student. Guy, who was in little pain, said proudly. Oh, so he is the other member of your team? Shizen asked. Yes, he is. The door opened widely and a woman walked in. The grown-ups quickly recognized her. She was Tsunade Senju. She looked at all the people in the room and said with an annoyed face, why are so many people crowding the room of a patient? Lady Tsunade, they are here to see Guy and Lee. Shizen quickly explained. Yami had noticed that Shizen's behavior was less childish compared to how she was in the canon, but in front of Tsunade, she would instantly become an obedient child. Tsunade then looked at Kakashi and after staring for a good few seconds she said, Kakashi brat, you have grown up now. He still has the habit to hide his face behind that mask. I thought it was just a teenage thing. He does look a lot like his father. Tsunade thought. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, Kakashi said. He had heard a lot about this woman and the worst thing was her temper. Shizen decided to introduce Kurenai as well and said, Lady Tsunade, she is Kurenai, my childhood friend. Oh, the one you used to be jealous about. Now that I see her I can say she is worth being jealous of, Tsunade said, looking at Kurenai. This made Shizen shake her head in embarrassment and made Kurenai blush a little. Let's go to the Hokage building. Asuma along with his students and that stupid Jiraiya are waiting there, Tsunade said. She then looked at Shizen and asked, any change in Lee's condition? Shizen shook her head and said, no, Lady Tsunade, he is still the same. No change is better than things getting worse. Tsunade said and left the room. She seems to be pissed, Kakashi thought. Yami knew the reason for her grunt-led mood. Her sensei was in a coma, the village her grandfather had founded was in such a bad state, and when her village needs her most, she had her phobia of blood, which means she couldn't fight at her full capacity, and neither can she heal injured people on her own. She must have had Shizen patch up Lee and only seen his reports to come to this conclusion. If she doesn't get rid of her phobia soon, Lee might end up a cripple permanently. Yami thought. Damn, Lee is in such a bad state. Was it really worth it pushing the limit to such an extent? Kiba asked. No one was answering his question, as they all felt bad for Lee. If he was able to save the people he was protecting, then even death is worth it for him. Yami said in a casual tone. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. What Yami just said could be seen as highly insensitive as well as a noble sacrifice. Let's not discuss all this here. Lady Tsunade must have a reason to call us to the Hokage building. Let's not keep the people waiting, Kakashi said. The entire group bid their goodbyes to Guy, and Shizen also instructed a few nurses to give special attention to Guy and Lee. She also told them to alert her instantly if any change appears in Lee. As they entered, they saw that everyone was busy in the building and things were moving fast. Everyone had got on with stabilizing the village again. While all this rush, Yami heard a pair of calm footsteps coming in his direction. He could sense that the footsteps were just around the corner. As Yami came closer to the footsteps, he saw an old man with one eye bandaged walking in front of two people. The man had a gloomy expression on his face. This man was none other than Danzo. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 6. Peace.